Good evening to you all race fans on this special Memorial Day weekend in the United States, and welcome to Podium Esports coverage of the third round for the 2021 PCA Sim Racing Team Racing Series presented by Haggerty. We are live from iRacing's virtual Circuit de la Sarthe in Le Mans, France for tonight's very special endurance event benefiting Operation Motorsport. James Black, the voice of Podium Esports, here to bring you all the festivities for this evening, joined by our team of announcers. Taylor Burris is with us, as is Rachel Whiteford and Justin Prince. But the man of the hour, a special guest making his Podium Esports debut in a name known around the world of sports car racing, is the man behind Radio Show Limited, Radio Le Mans. John Hindhaugh joins us on a Podium broadcast for the very first time. And John, welcome to Podium Esports, and welcome back to a virtual Circuit de la Sarthe.
I only wish I could be at the real place more often, to be honest. Thank you very much for having me. Good evening as it is in the States. Good morning here in the USA. Looking forward to this. A track that always looks easy on paper, but as any racing driver will tell you, you don't race on paper, and therefore I'm very excited to see how this race goes. I know how competitive these events have been in the early part of the season, and we're already over $16,000 for Operation Motorsport. As anyone who knows me knows, we've been involved at Radio Show Limited, and even I personally with Mission Motorsport here in the UK since actually before it started, and it's one of our great honours to be involved in anything that they do, and we know Diesel and Tiff very, very well as well, of course, from the US scene. So happy to be here and can't wait to get cracking tonight.
We are looking forward to a fantastic evening of racing that will indeed benefit Operation Motorsport. Ryan Bauer, our producer for this evening, with cameras provided to us at Podium, as always, by the great Dougie Beard. But so much to tell you about on a very special weekend for our armed forces in America. And so excited to announce that even at the start of this broadcast, we are looking at a projected $16,000 US raise for Operation Motorsport, and we will have so much to tell about their story and what they do over the course of the next 4 hours or so. But all you need to know, end of the day, Taylor Burris, that we've got a great race for charity this evening. But as John said, we should have a fantastic race on this virtual track as well. Few places in sports car racing more hallowed than the Circuit de la Sarthe, and few places more challenging than this place either.
It certainly is, and good evening, everyone. And this track is the pinnacle of all sports car and endurance racing. Everyone wants to come here to race, and everyone wants to come here and win, whether it be in the real world or the virtual world. And of course, when it comes to Porsche, you know that they always want to come here out on top. In fact, the winningest manufacturer in all of Le Mans history. Is going to be exciting to see a bunch of Porsches out here tonight, and of course, for a great cause with Operation Motorsports.
Porsches have gotten it done here in many different ways, whether or not it's been a GT-style car, whether or not it's been a hybrid. You think of the GT1 era that was sort of half GT, half prototype, and even recently in the 2010s when they had their stretch of dominance in the 919 prototype. They know how to get it done here. Justin Prince, so much that we're looking forward to this evening. And tight racing across the board, as John said, it's been very close. It was close at Daytona, it was close at Sebring, but this is the big event for PCA team racing this year, the longest event of their season on this special weekend. Everybody has this race circled as the one they want to win.
Absolutely. There's a lot of excitement from the drivers I spoke to in preparation for tonight, where they want to be able to perform well, and they're happy to support an excellent organization. That's some of the main things emphasized. But for others, it's also been about the preparation. And for some, it's been a difficult journey to get themselves ready for tonight. Some of them put in more than 10 hours of preparation into this race at minimum alone. So a lot of work's been put in, James, for tonight to be able to perform for our drivers. Is the question, though, of who's going to be able to come up on top.
And this race, Rachel, comes in the midst of the middle of the PCA Sim Racing Series 6, the main biannual series that you see taking place in the spring and the fall. And there's momentum that some of these drivers can carry from their racing in Series 6 to this special team racing series event tonight.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And the PCA Sim Racing Championship this season has been incredibly tight. We're seeing great racing, exciting on-track action, and it's been super, super close so far. Been a number of rounds. We were up to, of course, we've had 6 we just finished of the main series, of course, coming up to this event. And it has been incredibly, incredibly tight. Of course, challenge class led by Glenn Dennis at the moment. We had John Martin leading sport, Jonathan Waltman leading the club class, and the pro class with Christopher Pies out front by a good margin. It's definitely been interesting so far, exciting, engaging. This series is going to be one of my favorites I've ever cast, and this event, it's going to be phenomenal.
Should be a lot of fun as we look at some of these drivers making their opening paces in qualifying. You're seeing some of the top drivers in PCA Sim Racing. Chris Pies out of the great state of Texas for Imperial Motorsports Shake. They have a sister team, Bake, based off of the famed Talladega Nights line, which I think says everything about the mentality that they come into these races with, which it is loose, but they are fast. Undeniably going to be a favorite this evening, and putting a very special camouflage Porsche Exchange livery this evening to honor our armed forces. Currently 5th on the board as they work their way past the Dunlop Bridge and towards Tetra Rouge. On the Mulsanne Street, you see Rafael Amarim, hails out of the Peach State region of the PCA, the Atlanta, Georgia area, working his way all the way down, maybe 50, 40, 30 miles an hour towards the tightest corners on the racetrack. Everybody just getting their legs warm, Taylor, and getting set to move and make things happen.
Certainly is, and of course right now at the top of the leaderboards in qualifying is the Lone Wolf Motorsport 747 with former series champion Michael Polasek behind the wheel of that car. He just finished up his qualifying attempt with a 3-minute 49-second, actually up closing in on just about 2 seconds faster than the rest of the entire field right now. So keep an eye on him, as he's going to be the one to watch as we see Aaron Ambrosino and the Another Motorsports. He'll be joining that patriotic red, white, and blue Porsche with none other than PCA member Mike Neiden, part of the steering committee, later on in tonight's race. So it's going to be exciting to see a lot of familiar faces, a lot of former champions in this series as well, and it's going to be full of great storylines to talk about throughout the duration of tonight's race.
Mike Neiden, who helped arrange a very special interview with Gold Star mother Susan Price that you'll see later on in the broadcast. Aaron Ambrosino, who's been very involved with PCA Sim Racing as well. All characters that those of you who have been around for PCA Sim Racing will know and know well. As we now ride on board with Carl Bucchiari, trying to put down his first qualifying lap for Pegasus Racing, working his way towards the Porsche curves, one of the most entertaining sections of track here. You have to find the edge, I think, Rachel, between speed and downforce, and it's a place where you want to push the car, but you can slap the fence like Bucchiari just did if you're not careful and put your race in trouble very quickly.
Yes, it is, and this track will bite you. It is one that everyone knows, but it knows you better. This track will tame you, not the other way around. It seems simple. It seems like a lot of long straights. It seems like some lower speed corners. It is not, and it will definitely bite back. These guys are going to have a real challenge tonight, of course. It's a decent length race for them. Nothing insurmountable, but at the same time, they will have to keep their focus 100%. Otherwise, they will find themselves in serious trouble very, very quickly, as the track does bed in throughout the race. That will be the biggest thing for them, is getting offline for passes or with lap traffic. They'll end up in marbles, they'll end up off the racing line, they could end up with less grip. So these cars are incredible if you respect them.
If you respect them, because they are very, very precise. I think if there's one thing that stands out to me, and John, you'll know well, across the gamut of GTE cars and prototype cars that you've seen, that this 911 RSR in particular, you can place just about anywhere. I feel like the car's maybe more in your hands, and the power is more in your hands than some of the other machines that we race in GTE racing around the world. But that also means that any mistakes that you make are very much your own, because you've got so much control with your ability to place the car on corner entry in particular.
I think the car was a real step forward for Porsche. They'd had a couple of years in GT Le Mans competition where they weren't right at the front, and part of that was down to the very narrow operating window that they had. And if, as a team or a driver, you got it right, then it was great. If you didn't, it was really rather difficult. And when this version of the RSR came out, and it's distinguished by the swan neck on the rear wing, then there was a much wider setup and operating window. You never want to see the front end of a Porsche 911 porpoising on any track, no matter how busy or bumpy it is. And this car is a much better platform, certainly has been than the previous model. We haven't quite got to the RSR 19 yet in iRacing, and that's the latest Evo version of the car, isn't it?
It is the latest version of the car. Not to say that this one still doesn't have pace within it, but something that we'll get the chance to watch for all 3 hours of racing this evening. But at this point, we are now joined by a very special guest. We have Diesel Leller with us from Operation Motorsport. He is the founder of Opmo. And Diesel, for those who are unfamiliar with Operation Motorsport, what is your organization all about, and what do you do on a regular basis?
Well, it's my pleasure, first of all, to be here. Thanks for having us and taking Operation Motorsport as an organization that's going to benefit from this great event. We are truly humbled by what we see before us and how much has been pledged and raised. So that's my first message. Thanks to everyone for what you're doing for us, which of course benefits ill, injured, wounded service members who are transitioning out of the service and into a civilian life that they know nothing about. And we use motorsports as a vessel, as a means of recovery for these individuals.
There's so much that you all do at Opmo to help rehabilitate veterans of service and former soldiers who come back into civilian life. But I think the thing for me that stands out above all else is that you all have done a very great job of drawing the similarities between working in your team, working in your company, and working on a race team, working within a motorsports operation, and in sports car racing in particular, which makes tonight's event, I think, seem a little bit more at home. So how important is it for you all to help sort of draw those connections to the former soldiers in order to get them engaged?
Well, the connection is in the team. I mean, we use three things: team, identity, and purpose. And sports car racing is all about the team. It's a team sport. And what service members who are transitioning out of the service medically, they lose that team. And when we put them into a sports car environment, it's very similar. They see the team just as they would on a deployment or an exercise or back at their base, where everything focuses around the mission. And the mission in motorsports, of course, is getting that car to the finish line and revolving around that as far as sports goes, and we use that. We saw that. And coincidentally, that was also what I used personally as my transition out of the military some 6 years ago.
I know there is so much that we could talk about with everything that you all do, and you bring in so many folks from service and bring them to motorsports teams and help them work on cars in real life. But there's also a virtual element to Operation Motorsport as well. There's Operation E-Motorsport that airs on Pit Stop TV. Our good friends Andrew Cardinale and company over there bringing the broadcast weekly. But that very quickly has become a major part of the Operation Motorsport mission, that it's not just about real racing, but virtual racing as well. What do you all at Opmo see in sim racing that you find so valuable to your program?
Well, first of all, we had to find a way to pivot in this new pandemic era. We had no idea how long this would go on for, and how do you continue to engage individuals from all over North America when you can't get together? And we saw iRacing as an opportunity to continue to reach out and give these individuals something to look forward to whether it was on a weekly basis or a bi-weekly basis. And it's become part of the program where we actually are able to find new beneficiaries, engage them, and then take them to the track. Dustin Burkhalter, for instance, iRacing with us, and he's now with Skip Barber Racing. Going to be going to VIR next weekend. So it's played a huge role in what we do, and coincidentally, it's also part of our newly launched Academy program, which is a way of teaching these individuals, having a learning aspect. And part of Academy is driver development. Part of driver development, sim racing. So it all fits together.
Hey, Diesel, let's hang off here in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. How are you? How's you and Tiff?
Great, John. Thank you. I look forward to seeing you again, so we can actually, possibly shake a hand, maybe, and share a beverage.
Only water, obviously. Obviously, I only exist in virtual reality now. Actually, it's much easier for getting around, to be honest. Listen, serious question for people that don't know about what Operation Motorsport does, because it often can sound a bit like just guys and girls going out and having a bit of fun with fast cars or going to race tracks. But you mentioned a word in your previous answer: engagement. It's about getting the blokes and the girls engaged back into life again, because that transition, even for fully operational and able members of the armed forces back into Civic Street, that's quite difficult. Add in any kind of issues and it's just multiplied many times.
It is. It's a recovery process, and we're not looking for these folks to have employment or jobs. It's about recovery, and it's the individual journey that they take, and using motorsport for that recovery. I've always said that what makes us different than many of these other organizations is, not taking away from what they do, but we're not a one and done. It's not like we, today was the Coca-Cola 600, and there was lots of folks that had a great day, I'm sure. But for many of our beneficiaries, their problems are still there on Monday. And we pride ourselves in the fact that we're still there on the following Monday and for many Mondays to come.
Diesel, we've got a few Operation Motorsport beneficiaries who are driving in tonight's race this evening. And I have to believe for you, that's got to be so special, just because, in a sense, it's almost a fulfillment of the vision all the way around, that you're not only getting people engaged in real life, but virtually as well. And now you've got folks who've come through the Atmo programs, and they're going to be running this evening. So how excited are you to see your pair of cars take to the Circuit of the North tonight?
I am so stoked. We heard about this, some 3-4 months ago, and it was a vision, and we thought, what would be the chances of getting some of our beneficiaries, folks that came to us and maybe had never even sim raced before, to this level? And it is just, it's over the top. I mean, this program is growing, and it's engaging new individuals, and we're seeing that growth. We're seeing real life stories and changing people's lives for the better.
Well, Diesel, thank you so much for the time before the start of our race this evening. Best of luck to you and your drivers, and thanks for giving us the opportunity to learn a little bit more about all that you all do at Operation Motorsport. Best of luck for the future, and a wonderful Memorial Day weekend to you all.
Thanks to everyone out there, and thanks for the support. Over the top, and let's have a great race.
That is Diesel Lutter, the founder of Operation Motorsport, and we turn directly from the founder of the program to the beneficiaries of the program. Joining us in the booth now, before they get set to take the track later this evening, we've got Brock Hogan and Thea Bromsma, who are going to be running in two of the Operation Motorsports cars. Thea, Brock, welcome to the broadcast, and how you all feeling in advance of tonight?
Good, quite good. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, good. Thank you very much for having us here.
We learned a little bit about what Operation Motorsports does from Diesel's side a moment ago. From the driver's side and from the beneficiary side, how do you feel like Operation Motorsport has shaped you all?
Well, I feel like it's been a really good time for me. I just had some unfortunate events medically and stuff, so it was a really good thing for me to keep my spirits up and things like that, and talk with other veterans like myself and supporters. Operation Motorsport has been awesome for like getting me interested in racing and showing what you could be doing in this sort of field.
Yeah, I think my answer would be pretty similar. Like I know I always had a little bit of interest in racing, but I would have had no way to get into it or find any kind of professional way to start. And through Operation Motorsport, I was able to work several seasons as a technician and then as an engineering internship. And this year I'll be getting into racing the autos, all thanks to them.
So your involvement, your interest in motorsports comes basically directly off of Opmo and your involvement in the virtual world as well. How intriguing has it been to get involved with this side of racing, and how has it helped to round out your understanding of the sport in real life?
Well, it's been super intriguing for myself. I've learned a ton just about not only how to drive, but kind of what thinking goes into vehicles and such for the races themselves. I'm not going to pretend that I'm any good at it yet, but it's definitely opened my eyes to how big of a world it is. And I think Theo can go further into that because he's kind of, if I'm not mistaken, kind of taking on some of that role as well.
Yeah, so last year at the Race for Remembrance, I'm not sure if you still talk about that, but I was able to fill the role of the team engineer, and I think that went pretty well. And there's a pretty big learning curve for racing, especially if you're doing it professionally. You usually start at the bottom and spend a lot of time and effort just learning what goes on. And learning how to drive is usually a very expensive endeavor. So I've been pretty fortunate that Operation Motorsport has hosted and done so much with the online racing that it's been pretty easy for me to slide in, and I feel like I know what I'm doing when I get behind the wheel of a real car. So yeah, it's been really good.
So much talk about what Opmo has done for you and so many of the other beneficiaries. How about the race itself tonight? In practice, what challenges have you discovered getting around the Circuit de la Sarthe, and what are your goals for this evening as you approach this endurance race?
Well, for myself, it's just I'm a huge fan of this track. I always love watching the 24 Hours Le Mans. It's something to kind of revel at, to be part of something this big too, even if it's virtual racing. But some of my biggest challenges would definitely just be not trying to push myself too hard, understanding where my pace is at, trying to follow the people who are a little quicker than me and follow them into the turns to get myself better and hopefully just come out of it better than I went into it.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of on the same boat there. It's just trying to keep the car running clean and do my best and have some fun with it and really enjoy it. And hopefully at the end of the day, if we come up with a decent position, that'd be great. But really, we're all here for fun and to support a great cause. So.
Support a great cause indeed. I know there was so much excitement from Diesel when he mentioned that we're projected at over $16,000 raised as a part of this event. When you two see that sort of number for an event like this, what do you feel like it says about the strength of Opmo and how sim racing can be used as a beneficiary tool to help support the program?
Oh yeah, I think it's amazing. I just want a big shout out to PCA and to Opmo for like showing the support that we can get in something like this, and how Opmo is going to directly benefit from this, and the support that the people around here by doing something fun as well as raising real money for a real cause. It's really touching, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, just travel on its own is sometimes expensive to get the people where they need to go for these events, and we all appreciate it so much. And seeing that number go crazy like that, it's really welcome. So thank you for everyone to help put this together.
Well, Theo, Brock, thanks as always for jumping up in the booth for a little bit before you get going later this evening. Best of luck to you both, and thanks for enlightening us a little bit more about what Opmo does for the beneficiaries and the drivers and the participants in the program.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you again for hosting this and listening to us talk and hearing this out. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It's Brock Hogan and Theo Bromsema from Operation Motorsport. They'll be running one of the 2 Operation Motorsport cars in their own class, Group G, one of 4 classes that will be taking part in the racing this evening. Getting set for the final few moments of our warm-up, 10 minutes that these drivers have to make any sort of last little adjustments, get their final dips of toes into the water before we go racing for 3 hours at the Circuit de la Sarthe, and should be very entertaining all the way around. Taylor Burris, when you look at the leaderboard and you look at the folks who qualified well, are there highlights, are there names that stand out, teams that stand out, folks that you think we should be paying attention to this evening as threats for either a class win or an overall victory?
Well, some of the main points that I've been pointing out of is the Lone Wolf Motorsports team with Michael Bolasek behind the wheel of that car. Former champion, keep an eye on him. And of course, the Imperial Motorsports shake and bake teams as well. You have 2 champions on that team as well. You have Billy Smith, who is the first ever series champion of PCA competition, and then you have Lee Peterson, who is the defending PCA series champion as well. And then of course, one of the most all-around drivers when it comes to PCA competition, Christopher Pye, is also involved with that team as well. And a couple of other drivers to keep an eye on, the Matrix Motorsports team. There's at least 3 or 4 of their cars in there. They always had strong competitive cars in their respective classes as well. Other than that, Rafael Amorim with the TDRA, that's going to be a team to watch as well.
And for those who are new to the team racing series at PCA Sim Racing, there are 3 different groups or classes this evening, groups A, B, and C, and they are represented by the different colors you see on the leaderboard on the left-hand side. Blue with A, it is the orange that you see with B, and the greens with C. If you have a team with 2 pro drivers esteemed by PCA Sim Racing, you're racing in Group A. If you have 1 pro driver and a mix of a driver from one of the other 3 classes of PCA Sim Racing, you're in Group B, and teams that are made up entirely of non-pro drivers automatically go to Group C. And Racer Whiteford, if you look at that B group in particular, I think all the pressure has to be on Q Cup Racing. Ian Simon and Josh Vieira, who were strong in the Zone Group Challenge, have been strong in Series 6 of PCA Sim Racing, and also have the victory at Sebring to try and carry with them through Le Mans and go for 2 wins in the first 3 races of this Team Racing Series campaign.
Yeah, absolutely are. Q Cup Racing, and definitely one to keep an eye on here. I think they could be incredibly fast. Also got my eyes on We Was Robbed Racing, which is a great team name. I love that one. And the Jakester Racing still do not have a single Jake in their team. I am still disappointed, and we'll have to see how they perform, but it is a huge number of guys there that are some not listed as pros, but are incredible drivers, so it's going to be really cool to see what happens.
Intriguing as well. Also of note, and John, you'll know well about this, especially since we know countless 24 hours races you've seen here, that this track is going to progress and change significantly because the clock in Sim has been set to move at 8 times the standard speed. So we'll transition out of the sunlight into darkness and into dusk very quickly. And this Circuit de la Sarthe races very differently in the dark compared to when the sun is out beaming down on the French countryside.
And it's dark. This isn't Daytona with a whole load of infield lights. It's not even when we go to Dubai for the 24 hours well lit. It's very dark out the back. Now, there's a bit more light than there used to be because of television requirements at Le Mans, because of that's, you know, the 24-hour nature of broadcast television, so much different to the first time I went there in 1989. But that means your 2 happy hours then are actually only going to be 2 happy laps, really, in that time just before or around sunset, and then again at sunrise. And those are the times when the track temperature and the air temperature get to that perfect situation where in this case, the flat 6.4 litre is going to be singing perfectly well, and the tyres are going to be working perfectly well. And that's really, I think, when we should see some movement if people can push at those times when the track conditions are spot on.
Would be the hope. You've got the challenge of the cooler temperatures in the evening versus the lack of visibility because, as John said, this is not necessarily a completely purpose-built racetrack. The vast majority of roads here at the Circuit de la Sarthe are public roads that are split up from the rest of the land here in Le Mans and used specifically for this race. You see the Great Mulsanne Straight on your screens, entirely public roads, so not necessarily built with the same sort of infrastructure that you would have at a Daytona where it is purpose-built. There's lighting all the way around. But at this point, it is time to take you through the starting grid for this third race of the PCA Sim Racing Team Racing Series presented by Haggerty, benefiting Operation Motorsport. Fastest time with a 3:49.678 goes to Lone Wolf Motorsports. Taylor mentioned them just a bit ago. Michael Polisek, Leon Van Handel, your pole sitters for tonight's race. Starting in the second spot, your winners at Sebring overall back in March. Matrix Motorsports Blue, Cameron Martineau and Bill Anderson behind the wheel of that Porsche. They'll roll off from the second spot. Third on the grid, fantastic name. How about Zoom Shum? Father and son combo out of the host Carolinas region of the PCA. Jacob Shum and Jonathan Shum going to war in their purple and neon green machine. You'll see them compete. Fourth on the grid belongs to the folks at TDRA Racing. Trey Jawhorn, Rafael Amarin, so named for their initials, and two of the most popular drivers in PCA Sim Racing with a good starting spot this evening. The Shooter's Land Dream Team completes the top five on the grid. Andrew Hillman and Jordan Dyer behind the wheel of, I guess we can call it the Tangerine Machine if need be. And bright orange in that car, they'll be easy to find. Sixth on the grid belongs to We Was Robbed Racing. A little wordplay there with Robert Rantre and Ed Eisenring out of the Pacific Northwest region of the PCA in action with that car. Seventh on the grid, one half of Imperial Motorsports. We mentioned them. It's Tamer Albaka and Dan Rubel behind the Hammered Unicorns that will be in the mix and set to rock and roll out of Group C. And they'll be fighting for it. You've got Youth Brothers Racing in the 8th position. That's Mark Youth, James Youth out of the St. Louis and the Hudson Champlain regions of the PCA. 9th on the grid, your winners in the Group B Racing from Sebring, Ian Simon and Josh Vieira out of the Mardi Gras and Potomac regions of the PCA respectively for Q Cup Racing. They start off 9th overall on the grid. And then Rachel, it's the other half of Imperial Motorsports, the Shake Group, Matthew Kikis out of the Carolinas region and Christopher Pines out of Texas. Those two will start from the 10th position overall.
Yep, they certainly will there. You can see them in Group B, the 69 of Boogaloo Racing with John Montgomery and Liam Rizitkas. Next up, we have Matrix Motorsports Green, the 04 machine there in Group C. Klaus Nielsen and Matthew Siddle behind the wheel of that car. Coming up behind them is Celtic Racing there. They are Rodney Campbell and Sean Murphy. Next up, Equip Vitas with Jared Roadheaver and Lynn Wilson. Followed swiftly by ARPCA Daves with Dave Craig and David K. Palmer. And they have the biggest pledge so far we're seeing. So let's see if anyone can beat them tonight. And we have Team Mullet Motorsports of Dustin Burkhalter and Brock Hogan. And they're an Opmo team. We have Gen Pop Racing. I wonder what they're up to. With Jeff P. Smith and Kevin Douglas. Following behind them is GP Sim Sport with Chris Chabrowski and Randall Ayers. And Team Moose Motorsports with Theo Brulsemer and Hunter Reeve. Mac 2 Motorsports coming up next with Mark Harris and Chris Walsh. And that is P20.
21st will be the Matrix Motorsports Red of Mike Patterson and Sean Miller, followed by Point Break or Measure Motorsports in 22nd with Paul Netto and John Martin. Point Break Esports with Gregory Sampson and Will Kelly in their pink and black Porsche will be out on the track in number 91 for Group C. As we go to 24th, Team TB to be determined, or two bad drivers, Gary Rice and Gabriel Albano will be in for Group B. The Hammer Unicorns of Daniel Rubel and Tamer Albaga, we see them. They'll be starting in 25th, with Vicky's Minions starting in 26th, with Jeffrey Lent and Ken Tubman in the 121 Porsche. Next up, Angry Turtles Racing in the 777 with Mario Gonzalez and Chris Ramirez. They'll be starting in 27th. With 28th position going to Team TGR Racing with Robert Rose and Oregon Gorlap, strong competitors in the PCA Sim Racing Series. In 29th, EF5 Motorsports with Michael McKinney and Craig Sutters will be starting there, and rounding out your top 30, Jakester Racing, the car without a Jake, Christian Rava and Donald Binkley.
Housecat Racing will start at 31st overall. That's Jonathan Waltman and Matthew Scott. Plenty of PCA sim racing experience there. And other motorsports. Mike Knighton and Aaron Ambrosino, the Peachtree Region Friends, starting on the grid in 32nd. 33rd will be WWZ Red, Robert Cottle and Chip Witt in the very bright red and yellow machine you see on your screens. 34th belongs to Scuderia Mardini. Adnan and Muataz Mardini, the brothers, going to make things in a very proper Russo red Porsche. And starting in 34th. 35th, Zone Group 4, Ohio. Bruce Robinson and Jake Steinbrink out of the Buckeye State. They'll try and make a charge through this field. Pegasus Racing starts in the 36th position. That's Carl Bucchiari. And Greek Lightning, George Markadakis out of the Metropolitan New York region. Rad Porsche, Chris Pippen and Garrett Taylor. They start 37th. 38th on the grid goes to Los Muchachos Motorsports with Will Munguia and David Purdy. 39th, NME Racing, Joseph Stiffel and Dewey Kang, Chicago and New York, teaming up to put together a good run. Autometrics Motorsports starts 40th on the grid, Travis Brody and Corey Freeman. And your 41st and final starter in this race, UCR Chinatown Motorsports, Ben Leung and Terrence Tong, wheeling the 678 from the last spot on the grid. We are at the Circuit de la Sarthe in Le Mans, France this evening. This is an 8.46 mile, 13.626 kilometer circuit with officially 38 turns. Opened all the way back in 1923 and has evolved over the last nearly 100 years to become this titan of sports car racing that you see today. Tonight we race for 180 minutes, 3 hours. We'll have the dynamic sky and weather moving at 8 times the normal rate. And it will effectively, in sim, amount to a 24-hour day. So you'll see this track transition from day to night and then to day again as we go through the racing. In sim, it is May 30th, 2021, right around 4 p.m. local time. Air temp is 83 degrees Fahrenheit. In sim, track temp 115 degrees Fahrenheit. Winds headed to the west at 9 miles an hour and humidity of 32%. Just about set to go racing. Justin Prince, any final words from pit road before we get going tonight?
With the chance to talk to Michael Polasek in preparation for tonight's race, he described this as a very difficult race to run, where the car setup, he said, had been the biggest challenge for him in preparation. He spent a very long time trying to get the car dialed in for this race. He feels his setup is very good now and feels he should have a great car on track tonight. Keep an eye on that machine at the pole.
We've talked so much about how the pole sitter has evolved before our eyes. A man who was prone to make mistakes but had so much speed in the early seasons of PCA sim racing. And then when we got to these RSRs for Series 4 back in the spring of 2020, Polasek came into his own, won his first pro class title, and now is one of the fastest drivers outright in PCA sim racing. He'll have company, but if you're looking for favorites, you'd be hard pressed to look much further than the driver out of the northern New Jersey region, working their way through the final pieces of the Porsche curves to get set with this third race of the season for the PCA Sim Racing Team Racing Series. And for the start of this evening's race, we hand it over to the one and only from Radio Show Limited and Radio Le Mans, John Hindhaugh.
Well, what an honour this is from the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre to the world for the PCA Sim Racing Team Series 2021. We are benefiting Operation Motorsport tonight. Pledgeit.org. It's on the bottom of the screen. 180 minutes on the clock. Stand by as the Patrouille de France, the air battalion of the Air Force and Army of the French, goes across the start-finish line, and we are racing. Green flag, and it jumps right away from the start. Lone Wolf Motorsport. Michael Polisek then gets the start exactly as he wanted, through the first sweeping uphill corner into the heavy braking area for the Dunlop curves underneath that historic bridge. And I can tell you from personal experience, driving out of the Le Mans pits, just seeing that is enough to get your heart beating, even if you're only in a road car. Down through the Forest S's, as you were at the front of the field. Rob Rattray, we was Rob Racing, sitting in P7, coming to Tertre Rouge for the first time. The Red Hill leading out onto the first part of the Ligne Droite Unadière, as the French say, or as the British call it, the Mulsanne Straight. The chicanes put in there in the 1990s to try and keep the FIA off the backs of the ACO. Didn't quite work out that way, but it has made for an interesting run past the old Chinese restaurant on the left-hand side, down at the braking area for the first of two chicanes, which the organisers will tell you are identical, but just reversed. The drivers will tell you the second one is much tighter than the first, and I never know who to believe. Still a good run from our pole sitters. They head down. Team Lone Wolf, Matrix in there as well. Zoom Zoom in the purple and green. That's the old Porsche hippie colours. And Bobby Rahal bought one of those old 962s in that colour. Raced it at Le Mans in the classics and then sold it on for a handy profit. That's why he does what he does, and I do what I do. Keep an eye on a right-hand corner. $16,355 raised at the moment, and we're going to be telling you to keep an eye on that and dig deep into your pockets, purses, or your PayPals, as it is nowadays. Liam Rodzitis comes down to the heavy braking area at the end of the Mulsanne Straight, into Mulsanne Corner for the first time. And onto one of my favourite parts of the circuit, the long run from Mulsanne all the way down the far side of the forest. New bits of tarmac put in recently, and they're accurately modelled here in iRacing. Those red stripes at the edge of the road surface, which, as James said earlier on, is public road, down towards the Indianapolis Arnage complex, which now isn't public road. That's bypassed now, and then turning right at Arnage. Just had an interesting moment there with the Chrysler Viper GTS, but we'll gloss over that, as I'd forgotten the roads were still open as I attacked that as if I was in the last lap of the 24 hours. Mick de Haas from Chrysler will never forgive me. We escaped unscathed. Through into the insanely quick entry to the Porsche curves for the first time, and that bright orange Dream Team car going very, very wide there into the kitty litter. Oh, so difficult to get your turning point right. That was the 996 Jordan Dyer Shortest Dream Team machine that went off. The Tangerine Dream, not quite as they were hoping. So end of the first lap then, with 2 hours and 56 minutes on the nosy through the Ford chicane for the first time. And what an interesting first lap. We've seen Porsches here before in Porsche Carrera Cup. We've not seen this many RSRs, and a brilliant and clean opening first lap, James.
I think the most intriguing thing that I noticed watching this first lap, John, is the absolute snaking, swerving of Michael Polisek just to try and break the draft off of that Matrix Motorsports blue machine currently piloted by Cameron Martineau. But it's almost as if, Rachel, he may or may not have watched the Indianapolis 500 earlier today. They were doing that down the straightaways at Indy, and I'll be darned if we didn't see Michael Polisek just about do the same thing there. But it seemed to have worked because he's managed to open up a gap on Cameron Martineau of about 1.5 seconds.
Yes, certainly does, and it's not particular to one kind of motorsport. You'll see that sort of movement in NASCAR, you'll see it in IMSA, you'll see it in WEC, you'll see it in IndyCar. It is the classic draft break. It's basically getting your car offline so they can't use you as a hole in the air to suck up to you with. You know, it's basically letting you have less air resistance over your car, the air is moved out of the way, lets you go faster, which means they can gain on you and possibly pass you. So they use that movement, moving across the track off the line, to take away that clean air, make them face the air head on like they have to, and it cuts that advantage down. So it's a big thing to do. You'll see it happening a lot today, especially here on the Mulsanne.
Lots of fantastic battles taking place in the midfield already. Maybe not a huge surprise with the field so bunched up Taylor Burris that we're seeing some great action here. This is Robert Rattray that we're on board with, working his way out of the Mulsanne, straight down towards the Mulsanne corner and trying to work over Jordan Dyer in that orange machine that we saw go off near the Porsche curves the last time around, trying to take away the 5th position.
Yeah, you have about a 4-car battle if you throw in James Hughes and Chris Pies as well as they head down into the braking zone of Mulsanne as these competitors will work their way through smoothly. Now heading down this back straightaway here, taking the run towards Indianapolis. But watching how Rattray is kind of staying in that slipstream of Jordan Dyer. We see Dyer not really pushing the envelope, not as aggressively swerving like we saw Mike Polisek doing in the opening lap here. So he's actually trying to see, maybe try to see if they can work together a little bit to see if they can catch up to the competitors such as Billy Smith or Rafael Amorin as they head into the braking zone towards Indianapolis.
And while they continue to fight, it certainly worked up a little bit more now than we had at the beginning of the green and the beginning of this event. But John, the importance of cold brakes, cold tires, you've seen it in person here at Le Mans. It can make such a difference at the beginning of this race when you're still getting everything up to temperature or coming out of pit road after service.
Yeah, and don't forget the long straights here. There are only a few places where you... Oh, and incident there at... that's at Indianapolis, and just before we head down to Arnage. But there's very few places you put a lot of dynamic energy into the tyres and the brakes. And I did anybody notice what had happened to Cameron Martineau, the Matrix Motorsport Blue? Did he get a slowdown somewhere? Because he's dropped way back to 9th position, and he was running in 2nd. 982 struggling as well. That's the Keep Vitesse, Jared Roadheaver as well. I just couldn't understand the lack of power coming out of the chicane in the run down between 1st and 2nd chicane for Matrix Motorsport Blue, the 41 car. He's up to speed now, though.
I would expect that you probably had the nail on the head there, John, that Martineau most likely cut that first chicane and received the slowdown penalty, and that's how iRacing dings you for track limits. You have to slow down and give up time. It will give you a counter right in the center of your windshield on your virtual HUD, and it will tell you to wait for maybe a second, 2 seconds or so before you can go back to full power. That's exactly what I think happened to Martineau. That's why he was in trouble. Meanwhile, the Keep Vitesse machine that Jared Roadheaver is currently piloting out of the Philadelphia area of the United States went around over in Indianapolis. Couldn't tell if he made contact with someone else or if it was just a self-spin, but in either case, he was the one that we saw off of the corner of our screens. He was parked over by the guardrail and now is dead last in scoring. Work to be done, and it's certainly not over. Plenty of time to make it up, but trouble there. So Martineau with the slowdown. He's currently in the 9th position. Roadheaver all the way back in 41st. And while all of this is taking place, You've got Michael Polisek leading the group with World Motorsports machine out in front by 2.1 seconds as we return to this fantastic battle as they work their way down the Mulsanne Straight between We Was Rob Racing, the Shimmisland Dream Team. That's Jordan Dyer trying to get around Robert Rattray, Taylor.
He certainly is. He'll take the outside way around to get around Robert Rattray before they head into Mulsanne as they work their way down the long straightaway, heading towards the second Mulsanne chicane. As they go side by side to give the position over to Jordan Dyer. Rattray being a little bit patient right now, and that's one of the things, James, that you have to show in these endurance races, especially during the early stages, is make sure you show that patience, because it's going to continuously change as we progress throughout tonight's race, as we'll go through day, night, back into early morning, and then once again back into full sunlight. But they're now going to go back at it once again before they head to the Mulsanne corner. But Rattray trying to get around the outside. Dyer going to deny him that opportunity as they enter into the braking zone.
Meanwhile, while those two continue to battle, how about Rafael Amorim, who made a great move there at the end of the Mulsanne straight down to the Mulsanne corner to get around Jacob Schum and take over second place overall in this race. This group about 2.5 seconds back of Polisek for the race lead as they make the run down towards Indianapolis and Arnage, Rachel. And I think at this point, the question is whether or not we're seeing people test their ability to overtake, or whether or not this is a case of folks finding their place in line and beginning to just ride around and click off laps and make sure that you don't make mistakes that make yourself out of contention. As we look at the Matrix Motorsports red machine, currently piloted by John Miller, make a pass on Dave Craig.
Trouble actually at Arnage right quick. We had Jordan Dyer go around.
Jordan Dyer.
Second time he's paying off, hasn't he? He was in the gravel at Porsche Curves, entrance to Porsche Curves on the first lap in that bright orange 996.
Take a look at the replay and see what happened here with Jordan Dyer and figure out where he went around and how he ended up in trouble. Not a good start for the 996 machine, which, as John noted, been around twice, and yeah, just caught the curves. It's that difference in grip, John, that totally throws you off. You don't necessarily expect it, but if you hit the curves incorrectly at that part of the racetrack in particular, given that you are on the brakes so hard to get through Arnage, you can loop yourself around very quickly, just like Jordan Dyer did.
Yeah, it might have been even on the downshift as well. Just snagged the downshift, locked the back end up, like pulling the handbrake on. And with the weight at the back of the Porsche, of course, accurately modelled by iRacing, the dynamics, once it starts to go, it's very different. It's not a car you would use for a drift competition, a 911, in any way, shape or form. And he's dropped back to 5th position. He's had a very, very fraught opening 2 or 3 laps. Jordan Dyer in that Shonasland Dream Team 996, the 5th position car, sitting about 9.5 seconds away from the leader. It's been a cracking start by Michael Polisek. He's got ahead of the field and he's just driving away at the moment and really putting on a bit of a clinic as he's out through Tertre Rouge again and onto the first part of the Mulsanne Straight.
I have to believe, Taylor, that Michael's experience in so many different forms of Porsche across the service has to be playing into his skill here, because he's run the RSR, and I think we have him on record as saying that the RSR is one of his favorites, but he's run the car, he's run the Cayman. Doubtless he'll run the GT3 when that arrives on iRacing as part of the next build in, less than a week here now. So you can work your way through different Porsches and learn a little bit about how each of them run, but when you have all that experience, you can combine it and take it to the RSR and know what to do to get the best out of it. I think that's what we're seeing with Polisek in the early stages of this race.
We certainly are, James. I mean, Michael Polisek is hands down one of the best Porsche drivers here in the PCA. There may be only one driver who I can think of who can outdo him a little bit, but none other than former champion William Levesque, who is a former Pro Series competitor in GT competition here on iRacing. But Michael is just so well-rounded when it comes to driving Porsches here on the iRacing service, knowing how to hit his marks in. Had the chance to compete against him a couple of times in some time trials, and just knows where to place the car on any track you take him to.
Skilled, and to think only just north of 20 years old is Polisek, and talent and skill in abundance as we slide a little bit further back. This is Joseph Stifel out of the Chicago region of the PCA, currently in 28th, but a good battle here with Robert Cottle and that WWZ red machine. And you've also got Bruce Robinson, the Ohio car, the ZG4 Ohio machine back there too. But fun stuff all around. I think just proof of how good this race and how good the racing in these Porsches can be, Rachel, that you can go to first, you could go to 21st, you could go to 41st. You're likely going to find a battle somewhere.
Absolutely correct. The battles will be happening all throughout the field tonight. We have different mixes of drivers. Of course, we have the 2 pro drivers in pro class, a pro and an AM in the second B class, and C class here, which is the 2 AM drivers. So we're going to have big skill differences throughout this field, and there'll be very fast drivers further down, very fast drivers at the front. So we're going to see a real blending of this. And let's not forget, you mentioned it earlier when you were about to come to me, we had an incident, that are we seeing people settle into where they're meant to be running now, or is it some other factor? I think that's what we're seeing. Not everybody is a qualifying master. Putting one hot lap in, and I'm sure John will agree with this, putting one hot lap in is a great skill. But making those tyres last, especially on a track like this, for a whole stint, is a whole different skill. And then add in managing traffic, we'll see very different drivers working their way towards the front here as this race goes on.
That's a good point you made there, Rachel, because what you're having to do here is manage what you've got around you. And the essence of any endurance race, whether it's the Coca-Cola 600, the Indianapolis 500, and I maintain that they are endurance races, you just don't have driver changes in them. You have to be there at the end. Once you get inside Indy today, it's your last pit stop, so what's that, 33, between 33 and 30 to go. In a NASCAR race, the last 40, 50 miles maybe less than that, fewer than that. You've got to be there at the end. And we know, don't we, that you can't always see the damage in iRacing. But my goodness, when you're driving, you can feel the damage. And the performance you will lose here, even if you slightly ding part of the car down the long straights. And how strong is that draft? Is that slipstream that we've seen in these opening laps? If you've got damage, then you are going to really suffer right throughout the next 2 3/4 hours of this race.
And that, I think, is a very good point, and especially when you compare this to, say, maybe I think of a Mid-Ohio, one of the shorter road courses that we see visited in the United States. Like you said, John, there is so much speed that you give up on the straightaways, and it makes aerodynamics on each and every one of these cars so incredibly important to maintain throughout this 3-hour period. Taylor, I would almost argue in a sense that for a lot of these drivers, if you're not battling somebody, you've got an equally difficult challenge in the track that you have to race, and it becomes finding the balance between racing the track versus racing the competitors around you. As we look at Matrix Motorsports Green Racing Q Cup Racing, that's your groups C and B winners from Sebring in that order. Green won the C class, Q Cup the B class, and here comes the Q Cup machine to the inside down the Wilson Straight.
He certainly is. He's going to take a look to that inside to get around Matthew Siddle. That's Joshua Vieira, who will complete that pass in the Q Cup Racing. But to bring you back on that point that you mentioned, James, that is the biggest thing when it comes to all forms of motorsports racing, especially endurance racing, is having that balance. Racing the track as well as racing your competitors. Some of these drivers, they want to go ahead and try to get in the best possible position to set themselves up to make sure they can get in that rhythm to where they can race just the track before having to get back on it again in order to race their competitors. Now, some drivers are already in that position, drivers such as Michael Polasek, perhaps even Rafael Marine, Billy Smith, and maybe a couple of drivers who are in the mid-pack as well, who are maybe comfortable at where they're at. Remember, there's multiple different classes in here as well, so if a driver from one class comes up on another, it's going to be a determination of, do I need to just let this guy go? Or wait till the right opportunity and make the pass if need be. Or some drivers may determine, I need to battle this guy to hold my position to keep another competitor behind me. But it all depends on the strategy that the teams have come together to set before themselves in this 3-hour race.
John, I want to turn to you here because I think you've got the best assemblage of stories and bits and pieces from your world that I think would illustrate this point best, but just the importance of patience and the knowledge of when to push and when to hold back and when to go full throttle and when to maybe take the edge off a little bit. how important is that to these drivers, especially at this stage in the race when you know you've got so much more left to run?
Well, I mean, you've made some fine points there about, are you racing the track, are you racing the competitors? It's a bit like the early rounds of a golf major, isn't it? You're not actually playing the guys that are around you. You are playing the course, and that's what the opening parts of an endurance race are for most of the field. Now, if you're at the sharp end of the field at Le Mans and you're in a factory car, no matter which class you're in, then it's actually a sprint race that is linked together by pit stops and driver changes, and it's just a series of 40 minutes. Back when I first went to Le Mans, it was pretty much an hour. Certainly for the GT cars, an hour and 5, an hour and 10, perhaps even. But it is 40 or 50-minute stints linked together by those pit stops at the sharp end of the field. But for everybody, I remember talking to Paul Lord Racing many years ago when he was racing P2 there, and he said to me before the start of the race, he said, "Right, John, who am I racing?" I said, "You're not racing anybody, Paul. Honestly, you just got to go out there. Think of it as the most expensive hire car that you've ever picked up from an airport, and you've not signed a collision damage waiver. You've got to bring it back and give it back to your teammates with brakes on it, with all the corners on it, that they can take out and go." And the only time, and you may never get to this point, I said to him, you may never get to this point, maybe after your last 2 pit stops. And that's, I think, what you've got to do. It all depends where you are at the sharp end of the field. Michael Polasek holding on to that lovely 5.3 second lead over Rafael Amorim in the TDRA racing car. Well, he's pushing, but even now I get the suspicion that he's controlling it, because Rafael came back to about just under 5 seconds, about half a lap ago, and Michael just picked up his split times and just eased out again. He's got clear road ahead of him. He's going to have clear road ahead of him for quite a while yet, because we're all in one class uniquely for Le Mans, and therefore he's not going to have to do any traffic management. But what he is going to have to do in a moment, he's going to have to deal with the transition in tonight. Remember, we're running 8 times speed here, so we've had 2 hours and 38 to go. That is 20 odd minutes that I was hopeless at arithmetic at school. So times that by 8. That's how far into the race we are. So night will come quickly, and it won't transition gently. It'll be like a light switch. So this is the next thing that the leaders are going to have to deal with before I think they hit traffic.
I can cheat a little bit because I've got the sim in front of me, and I can tell you that the in-sim time right now is just after 7 p.m. local time, so about maybe 3 hours in sim from the start of the race that we had just a little bit ago. So, but you can already see it on the screens that nightfall is coming. The sun is beginning to set. The shadows are getting longer. The sky becoming a bit more golden, which means that you all watching your screens over the next few moments are going to be in for a visual treat, because I'd argue that Le Mans might not be any more gorgeous than it is at sunset and sunrise. And then I guess the other point, and the other fun point that I think I want to wheel back to, John, is just making sure that you take the hire car and bring it back to your teammates, and make sure that you have no need for any insurance policy that you may or may not have bought from a Sixt or a Europe car or something of that ilk, because it can be a little bit painful and expensive. We've seen it go south for some major names over the years. But looking a little bit further back in the field, this is the 88 machine, Jakester Racing, and Christian Rava, the Floridian, behind the wheel of this car, just ahead of what I believe is indeed the Hugh Brothers Racing Machine. Trouble over the course of this lap for James Hugh. You see the rear wing bent on that Porsche 911 RSR, but a fun story as always to tell, and one definitely worth hitting here. Taylor Burris, both James and Mark, brothers who are separated by 1,000 miles now, one living in the Hudson Valley of New York State, one living in the greater St. Louis area, but they come together for PCA sim racing and in these endurance events. Maybe never a better teammate than a family member, no?
No, certainly. as we are on board with them right now. The youth brothers, James behind the wheel, but no, to bring out these two are the gentlemen of the PCA Sim Racing Series. And what we mean by that is during a special event race that we had at Watkins Glen during one of the first seasons of the PCA, I believe it was James who made contact with another competitor at Watkins Glen, and instead of just continuing on his way like a normal race would be, he actually stopped, pulled over, let the driver who he made contact with get back around and pass him in order to regain his spot. But of course, James, I think if you were able to catch this past week's race at Mid-Ohio, I think we might have another competitor for the most gentleman move of the race, as Christopher Pies actually gave his position back on the last lap to a competitor as they made contact on the opening lap. So it might be interesting to see what happens there as we keep an eye as we see Christopher Pies right now in that Imperial Motorsports shake machine in the 7th position.
Also of note, for those who didn't get a chance to look, just near the sunshades on the 911 of the Youth Brothers machine, it was check the brakes, check the lights, and I think beat your brother was the third piece in that line there, if my eyes did not deceive me. So you can't tell me there's a little bit of competition, at least between the two, and they certainly want the purple lap and want to make sure they beat each other for it. But
Spot on.
yeah,
I want to see that on a Works Porsche from now on. Beat your teammate. That's got to be. That has got to go on. I tell you what, Earl Bamber Motorsport, Bamthor. I bet you they would put that on there. I'm going to have a word with Earl and Lawrence Van Tor for that. They're both at the Nürburgring for the 24 next weekend in full metal racing, and Porsche are bringing out the big guns for that, for the first of the Nürburgring 24 since the desperately tragic and untimely death of Sabine Schmitz earlier on this year. And the two Frickadelli cars are absolutely packed with Porsche Works talent, and they've won 2 races in the Nürburgring Langstrecke Series already this year, so they go into there very much as favourites, and we'll have live coverage of that in Sound and Vision from Thursday this week on Radio Show Limited's network of Sound and Vision. Looking forward to that. Guys, tell me, what do we think is a fuel stint in this then? Where do we think that how far into the race do we expect these guys to go, and do we expect them to change tyres at every stop?
I think to answer that question best, Justin Prince down on pit road, I don't know if you've got a take on that, if you've had a chance to look over the math a little bit, but you've been able to watch this, see how this is developing. So if you don't have proper numbers for us, are you getting a good sense of you might be able to conserve fuel and tires over the course of a green flag run better than maybe some of the other drivers in this field?
I can tell you that they've been preparations have seen strategy for some this morning, such as Liam Rositas, who was trying to plan out said strategy. But usually, based on past iRacing special events here at this facility, we've seen drivers make it 55 minutes to an hour and 5 minutes on gas. The interesting thing is going to be how the tire stints vary. It all comes down to the track temperature usually as a result of that decision on the amount of fall off, because keep in mind, it can save you a lot of time if you end up not taking the tires compared to taking the tires, but you can gain it back on the back end of the run. So that's something to think about for these drivers and their strategy.
Which would then suggest to me that if you're looking at 2 times where you would think drivers may take tires and fuel, even though this is the first stint of the race that we're in, and we should see these drivers come down to pit road by that count, maybe in the next 25, 30 minutes or so, maybe a little bit sooner than that. But if there's a case to be made for taking tires because you were running in the heat of the day and the rubber would wear out a little bit more in that case, then this first pit stop might be one, John. And then maybe towards the back end of the race that you might see somebody try and double, maybe triple stint the tires in the evening hours to try and get yourself through to the morning quickly, and then take the fresh rubber when the morning comes to make sure that you have a fast car for the end. No?
Yeah. Interesting, very interesting to hear Justin say that it's more likely to be tyre and grip dependent than it is ultimately fuel. I mean, you're not going to eke an extra lap out at Le Mans when it's 8.5 miles around. That just doesn't happen. So if you come in with a lap and a bit's worth in the tank, then because your times are dropping off, that makes more sense to do it. It's an absolute time, of course, for changing these and the iRacing sim runs to what I think is the sensible old ACO rules, where you fuel then tyres, and you can't do them together, and you'll actually see the cars go up on the jacks in the pit lane. This is getting a bit fruity, guys. Coming out of Mulsanne corner, got the hippie car battling back up through the field, sitting there. That is just such a great looking colour scheme on that machine. And again, even on the run down from Mulsanne to Indianapolis Arnage through this tricky right-handed no-name kink, as that position is taken, probably the fastest part of the circuit that now, talking to the drivers, rather than any of the three parts of Mulsanne racing team. So Matrix Motorsport Blue and Cameron Martineau, recovering from that slowdown in the early laps, goes back ahead of the Zoom Shoom, and it's Jacob who started that. So that's 41 and 56 battling for 4th and 5th position.
I don't know what this says about me, and Taylor's the other American on this team. I turn to you first, only because I look at the Zoom Shum car, and with that color scheme, I think of Barney the Dinosaur, the children's show that he had on public television here in the United States. But it's that sort of purple and that sort of green where there's a little bit of red in it, and then that bright green sort of like the tummy that he had, no?
It certainly did, and it does bring back those kind of memories. So, but for more of the race car style, I would have to say it does throw back to those 1970s, as we saw with the Porsche 917s back in the day. So, but it's phenomenal, though, to see so many drivers in this field with some of the most unique paint schemes. Always, I mean, myself and Rachel, we call sports car races. I think that's one of the top subjects we always have to hit when we're talking. And I think one of the biggest things we can remember is seeing some of the Porsches out there, especially with the Rothmans or Pink Pig liveries.
Looking now at the WWZ Red Machine, and speaking of liveries, a good point, we're seeing a lot of liveries today adapted for Memorial Day weekend here in the United States, where we honor the fallen men and women and people of the armed forces who have given their life to serving the country. And we're seeing a lot of camo that gets swapped in. Or you could be like and other motorsports. This is more of an adaptation on Mike Knighton's regular livery, but I don't think I've ever seen Mike Knighton compete in a PCA sim racing event in which there are not stars and stripes on his car for this sort of reason, where he is honoring the country, honoring the soldiers, but everybody trying to put on something and acknowledge the folks in our military in some way, shape, or form this evening, because of course that's what this is all about. We are benefiting Operation Motorsport this evening, and you can head to operationmotorsport.org to find out more about their organization, and head to the link down at the bottom to donate and help support the cause on this Memorial Day weekend. We are north of $16,000 that will be donated for all the laps that are completed. We're up to 60,394 in particular that will be donated at the end of this evening to Opmo. So if you want to get on board with a great cause, you can go down to the link at the bottom of the screen and type that in, and you can vote for your favorite team, your favorite driver, and the team with the most money raised at the end of the evening we will recognize on the broadcast. So you might want to help your team get involved and maybe climb up that leaderboard if they might not be running so well in the race. Head to the link at pledgeit.org down at the bottom of your screen, and you will be able to help them out in that way. As we return to this battle, this is for 4th overall and in Group A with Matrix Motorsports Blue and Zoom Shum. And you've also got We Was Robbed Racing, Robert Rattray in the mix there too. And I think John made a very good point, Rachel, about the rebound of Matrix Motorsports Blue. It was a bit of a rocky start for Cameron Martineau, got the slowdown penalty and had to drop plenty of places down the Mulsanne straight. But since then, he's gathered it back up, put it back together, and now is riding in the 4th position, and really is one of the few drivers that's in the same zip code as Michael Polisek on lap times. Last time by it was 3:48.1 for Polisek. Martineau was the only other driver in the 3:48 bracket.
Yeah, he is, and Martineau's doing a really great job at the moment. His car is looking pretty tight with the way things are going, and let's not forget, they are very used to the Matrix organization, endurance racing and driver swap endurance racing, so they have their cards in order. They're going to be one of those teams that's really somebody we should watch. We've seen them racing before, myself and Taylor, and they always put on an incredibly strong showing, especially in the sports cars, so definitely one of those guys out there I am personally keeping an eye on, of my favorites in that pro class for the win today. It's going to be interesting if we can get the track position, though, to do something about it.
Also, for those of you watching on twitch.tv/podium2, you can use the chat command !donate to bring up the pledge.org link as well. But Rachel brings up a good point, John. I want to turn to this because compared to a lot of the other organizations running in tonight's race, Matrix Motorsports has more drivers, more teams than just about anyone else. Usually these teams just end up being pairs of friends who come together and they race, but Matrix Motorsports has 3 separate teams, one for each class of racing. And what kind of difference can that make when you can lean on the extra amount of pooled resources that you have with the Matrix Motorsports? Now, how big can that be when you're comparing notes and comparing lines and trying to get the speed out of these courses as best you can?
Well, one of the great joys as Michael Polisek just starts to get into traffic and is helped out. That's one of the Upmore cars, I think, at the back of the field that he's just going past at the moment. But that was a burst of the potential banana skins missed for the leader, so that's good news. I think, like any form of motorsport, and this is motorsport, let's remind everybody of that, the more data you have, the better you are going to do. And the more data you can share with the rest of your team, you can, for example, if you've got 3 different cars, you could try 3 different setups. You could see what the tyre wear is on it. You can also go to a track and practice as much as you want without having to burn tyres and fuel and smash up cars. So it's time intensive without being financially intensive. The other thing, and actually I was talking to Johnny Morlam, who's been to Le Mans a few times himself, runs a company called Red River Sport, and he's using iRacing in particular, and he is doing some e-racing with some of his clients who race in the real world and doing some virtual racing, and he's doing effectively virtual mentoring with them, so you can do leads and follows, you can watch from all kinds of angles and use it as a teaching tool. Now he's doing that with some of his clients. I'm sure Matrix are doing that as well and helping everyone to get up to speed. Any team, even a team of 2 drivers, is only going to be as good as your second best driver in this case. So if you can find a compromise to your setup, an old sports car and endurance racing is going to be a compromise because no 2 drivers will like it exactly alike. But you're far better making your less confident driver more confident, because you'll find, in percentage terms, particularly in 8.5 mile lap, more pace. And that's the key thing. And that's where the multiple car teams, that's where the bigger organisations, whether it's here with Matrix, whether it's the big teams in IMSA or anything else that we watch in Full Metal Racing, that's where they have the advantage. And by the way, can I just say, aren't we seeing some beautiful colours as the sun is beginning to drop as we head through? Oh, we've gone through the first half an hour already. 38 minutes gone, so times that by 8, and that's where we are in the evening. I can almost smell the barbecues.
Could use a good barbecue, I know, especially here in the U.S., that we've got plenty of people who have barbies on the grill, as Australian friends would say, over the course of this weekend. Currently in sim, you make a good point there to note that time as the sun sets here at Le Mans. We are looking at about 9:20 p.m. local time. So not too much longer before we transition into dusk and then to nightfall. And then this becomes a very different race, Rachel, because you're working with completely different variables in the night that aren't necessarily present in the day, and vice versa.
Very much so, and this is one of those things that John will tell you. Again, I'm passing this one to John after I make the comment because it's very nice to have him here. This track, like any track, you're going to use different braking markers during the day compared to nighttime. Now, shadows can change as the moon moves and then time moves, and if a certain light's on somewhere or people are having a disco by the track and it's changing the shadows around where your braking marker happens to be, or a TV camera light for a spot interview or something, it's going to change things dramatically for you. So you're not going to be able to necessarily always see the right markers, and practice will need to happen under both conditions realistically. And especially when the sun gets really low, that's going to put that light right in your eyes, which will be a really big thing as well when you're coming directly into the sun, as they will at times. That can have a big impact to the drivers, so they need to basically make sure they are comfortable under all these different time conditions and light conditions. Could be cloudy, could be full sun. What about a moonless night? What about a full moon? It's going to change everything. The shadows will be different lengths, they'll change, and it will have a huge impact. Never mind the simple fact that colder track will be different. It's going to be very much still that, if anything, the actual racing line will be hotter because of all the cars using it, so offline will get colder faster, so that will be a very different track condition to the daytime.
Lights.
Yeah, and sorry guys, you're spot on, Rachel, there. I once had somebody tell me in a real race that he couldn't understand why he couldn't get the hairpin at the top of the hill at Brands Hatch right. And I said, where's your braking point? He said, well, I'm using the shadow of the bridge. Right. But you do realise that that's going to move.
All day.
And yes, exactly. So the difference between practicing in the morning, qualifying a bit later in the morning, and then 3 races over the weekend. We're starting to get some pit stops, guys, I think.
Yes, indeed. Right now, several drivers have already mixed up the strategy, with several taking an early pit stop. Among them was New Brothers Racing, where they had said over the radio that they quickly want to get a fresh car as well. Measure Racing, though, already has gone for a driver swap. Onetto is now dropped into the machine, so several different drivers mixing things up right now. With the estimated laps remaining, there is a chance for some drivers getting some shorter stops here.
So some drivers trying to take the undercut and potentially gain a little bit of time, which could work here, I think, Taylor, especially at this time of night where the track is cooling down. If you're going to be able to extend the life of your tires, it will be at this point of the race as we ride on board with your defending race winners in Group C, the Matrix Motorsports Green Machine of Matthew Siddle. But if you might be able to gain some sort of advantage by short pitting, even though you might not necessarily be able to go as long as someone else on a stint, I think there's a better chance of your tires making it longer, so you may have to come down a little bit earlier than everybody else, but most likely your next stop is probably going to be fuel.
In fact, that's very true indeed. I mean, we could see some drivers try to do multiple stints on, especially during the middle of this night. We see that mostly in the longer endurance races that we see, the 12, the 24, the 6 hours, especially those that go into the night. But here with this, how the difference of this race is and the time acceleration that we see here, for this stint here and probably maybe the second stint, we will probably see that same strategy being pulled here as the cars go throughout this night period here in sim time as they work through. But it's very critical that they take care of their equipment, even though it's cooler temperatures, that they still take care of their tires. That way, if they decide to do a driver change with the fuel only stop, it could be something to keep an eye on.
If anything from the real world is to be taken on board, quite a lot of teams, and it depends on the driver of course, but quite a lot of teams like to get a driver in and take through the transition from darkness, from daylight to darkness and vice versa, in sunshine. And what are we now? We've got about 45 odd minutes in, so it was about 42 minutes when Measure and the other cars came in. And I wonder if they're doing that to get a driver in to take them into the darkness, and then when the next driver comes back, it's in full dark. And they may well have practiced that as well. That could be a thought. And by the way, when the last time we were speaking about the gap at the front of the field, as we're looking for the battle for second and third now, Rafael Amorim in the bright red Porsche heading down the Mulsanne Straight with the Imperial Motorsports bake team with Billy Smith behind the wheel in the white and green. Almost Group 44 if that was a Jaguar. Just that little green stripe at the bottom. 11, call it 12 seconds now. That was 5 seconds. That was a steady 5 seconds that Michael Polisek had for Lone Wolves Motorsport in the 747. This battling that's been going on behind has really allowed him to stretch out, and his lap times at the moment are superb. In fact, he's just done his best lap time, a 3:47.2 last time around. So that's outstanding stuff on tyres that are not at their optimum as we get into beyond the gloaming now and getting into twilight.
Have to believe that the setting sun, the cooling track temperatures, and coming into the optimal temperature band so far as these engines are concerned to put out the most horsepower has to play some factor into that. But yes, very impressive to see him dip below the 47s. The only other driver who has run a lap in the 3:47 range. And anybody want to have a guess?
I'll take a swing at it. Cameron Martineau?
How about being correct for $500, Mr. Burris? Indeed. Martineau of Matrix Motorsports Blue currently in the 4th position. You see them on screen working their way through Arnage at this point, but they are 4th in class, 4th overall, and at this point, I think trying to just reel this in and get to a point where you're not necessarily taking chunks immediately. 10 seconds here, 10 seconds there. I think for them, this is more about a second here, a second there, a second here, a second in another place to make this manageable, because you're not going to make up a, call it 16, 17 second gap immediately here at Le Mans, but over the stretch of a stint or two certainly is possible, especially if we see mistakes from the race leaders.
Certainly the case as we keep an eye on that and see how these drivers are going to be able to negotiate when the sun completely goes into full darkness here tonight, James. But one thing we're keeping an eye on as we see the Mach 2 Motorsports of Chris Walsh in that 11th spot. He's trying to break into the top 10 for the first time here tonight, trying to catch up to the Q Cup Racing of Josh Vieira right now, who's been having a very strong run. In fact, for the Q Cup Racing team of Joshua Vieira, they've been inside the top 10 for the duration of this race after starting in 9th. So they've only lost one spot and trying to see if they can get back at least to their starting position that they had at the beginning of today's race. Looking through the field right now, I would have to say some of the biggest movers of the race as we look at timing and scoring right now has to go currently to the Mach 2 Express. They started in 20th, and then of course the Jakester Racing, who started 30th, they've moved inside the top 20 to 17th position.
Guys, look at the total. We're getting perilously close to $16,500. Pledgeit.org for Operation Motorsport, OPMO, looking after returning service personnel, helping them integrate back into life outside the forces. Great cause. Guys, I'm going to take my leave of you before we get too busy on the pit stops. Thank you very much indeed. You've managed to combine all my favourite things in this race with Operation Motorsport and obviously Mission Motorsport. I've driven in the and raced in, as well as covered the race of remembrance. Porsches, well, anybody who knows me knows I love Porsches, and the Porsche Club America are some fabulous people. I'm a member of the Porsche Club UK, and well, Le Mans. Well, I love that place so much that I got married there, and so, you know, it was very clever thinking by my now wife, because she knows I'll always remember what date we got married on. And in fairness, she did say, at least it's the one time of the year that I know exactly where you'll be for 10 days. So it seemed to all make sense. Keep donating, everybody. Guys, ladies, thank you very, very much indeed. You're doing great work for a great cause. And the rest of the season, if it's anywhere near as good as we've seen already for the PCA Sim Racing Team Series presented by Haggerty, it's going to be an absolute cracker. I thank you all for letting me be a small part of it. Keep up the good work.
I think we would be remiss not to return that in kind, John. I think everybody who's watching this broadcast knows not only what you've done for sports car racing, but the impact that it's had on sports car racing, more importantly, and the amount of joy that you've brought to many a home around the world through your calls. So a blessing and honor for us to be able to have you on the show this evening. Come back anytime you like, of course, but we know that you have sleep to get now, and more importantly, you've got a 24 hours at the Nürburgring to prepare for that you can hear next weekend on RSL. I know we'll be keeping our ears and eyes peeled. I'll make sure to have that on as I come from Langley Speedway in Virginia Beach, Virginia. We'll be short track racing in America, but I definitely will have ears on the sports car world. But once again, John, thank you so much for your time, and do get some good sleep over the course of the next few days before you get set for all the action in Germany.
Very kind of you. And as you know, it's all about the team. We heard Diesel talk about that earlier for Opmo. You guys are working brilliantly well together, as ever. Teamwork, keep it good. I'm a small cog in our RSL team, and it's been a pleasure being an even smaller cog in yours this evening. I'll let you get back to it, because it looks like it's hotting up again at the front of the field, with TDR and Imperial still battling tooth and nail for second and third, with that Matrix Blue car and Cameron Martineau closing back in on them. Cheers, guys. Thank you, ladies and gents.
John Heidenthal. I would argue in many cases one of, if not maybe the undisputed voice of sports car racing around the world on a PCA sim racing broadcast on podium. And folks, I think it's special when you have someone of that caliber on a broadcast like this. So it's been a lot of fun to have John on for this first hour and a half. But as he takes his leave and gets his rest based in the UK, it is deep into the evening, so we certainly understand. We're going to have lots of work to take care of here, and lots of folks to pay attention to as these drivers begin to make their first set of stops over the course of the evening, Rachel.
Yeah, they very much are. These pit stops will be very important for them, of course. We're in full darkness here at Circuit de la Sarthe, and it's going to be a big one for these guys. It's a lot to happen on track, and a lot of things that will be happening as we speed through this night 8 times faster than normal. But I do want to take a quick second just to let you guys know about Operation Motorsport. You can find a link in the description here for the Pledge It website, which will help you donate towards an amazing cause. Operation Motorsport is a veterans-led non-profit serving the USA and Canada. They're injured and wounded service members and disabled veterans affected by military service. It was founded on the basis of 3 simple words: excite, engage, and empower. You can pledge towards this cause. You can help raise money to help them support injured and wounded service members. It is a massive cause, and the least we can do for people that put their lives on the line for our countries.
And you can head to the link at the bottom of the screen, pledgeit.org/4/Operation-Motorsport to donate to your favorite car, potentially pull them up the donations leaderboard and get them in. We're going to recognize the car with the most donations at the end of the evening as they make money for every lap that they complete here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Nearly $16,500 donated over the course of the last few weeks in advance of this race, which we know is such a special moment for everybody at PCA Sim Racing, everybody at Operation Motorsport combined. PCA Sim Racing all season long competes across 4 different classes, and we'd like to take a moment at this time to recognize the presenting partners of each class of PCA Sim Racing, starting with the Challenge class, which brought to you by the folks at Z1 Dashboard. You can log on to their website at z1dashboard.com and use the code PCA21 to save 15% off of your next order. For the sport class, it's our friends at Pirelli, one of the premier manufacturers of tires in all the world. Visit their website at pirelli.com. For the club class, yet another tire manufacturer, Michelin, official OEM partner of Porsche and official tire of IMSA. Visit their website at michelinman.com. And then Porsche proper, the presenting partner of the Pro Class. Thanks to all of our class partners for their support of PCA Sim Racing presented by Haggerty this season. More importantly, though, Justin Prince, we've got our race leaders on pit road. Michael Polisek has brought the Lone Wolf Motorsports Porsche 911 down for service for the first time tonight.
And a very dominant stint, to say the very least. 18 seconds was the gap between him in second place entering this pit stop sequence. He had talked about with me how he felt like his teammate for today also had a lot of pace for today. He explained, though, that this was going to be a tough race where unexpected events can still happen. But as talked about earlier, he spent a long time to get the car where it was for today. He says he can only hope for the best for today. So far, it's been like that throughout this entire race today. Very dominant to start, James.
And look at all these cars that have come in with him. TDRA Racing, Rafael Amarim is in, the Imperial Motorsports Bake Machine, Billy Smith is in, and more importantly, it looks like Michael Polisek is going to take tires on this stop as well. We'll see if anybody decides to double stint these tires, or if after the heat of the day, we'll see everybody put on 4 new Michelins and go. Looks like at least one car is going to take tires. Looks like everybody else is going to follow suit, save for Robert Rattray and Billy Smith. So there's your answer on who did and did not take tires. Lone Wolf Motorsports did. We was robbed, and Imperial Motorsport Fake did not, and therefore it is We Was Robs that now sits in your net race lead, waiting on the Polanco Racing Machine, currently piloted by Liam Radzitis, to come down for service. When he comes in, the lead will cycle over to Robert Rattray, and we will have a new race leader for the first time this evening, Taylor.
We certainly will, and this is going to be very interesting to see, because Michael Polisek is sitting in that 4th position, soon to be 3rd position, once Liam Radzitis comes in down pit road. Well, now let's see how his car is able to manage behind traffic of competitors on the same lap as him. We'll see if he's able to negotiate and see how well he's able to place his car. He does have a little bit of competition behind him. That is Cameron Martineau, the really only driver who's been able to keep pace with him. And just as I say that, we look at the best time that Michael Polisek has set. He dropped it down to a 3:46 as the fastest lap of the race right now. But let's see how Cameron Martineau is able to manage and see if he can keep up. He's currently 1.6 seconds back and closing as they work their way down the Mulsanne Straight.
Continuing to work their way around the Cicadella Sarth. We are deep into the evening now in sim. It is almost midnight local time in the simulation as we ride on board with Cameron Martineau, who came down for service with that group, but also took tires. Or actually did not take that. I take that back. Did not take tires. So I believe just off of times here, and Justin Prince, you can confirm or deny, but it looks like it was TDRA Racing and Lone Wolf Motorsports that were the only two to take tires on this first pit stop, and everybody else, I think, just took fuel.
Within regards to the top 10 at the moment, yes, that is correct. It's a 20-second difference between tires and no tires at the moment. But don't forget about that point I made about the fall off as well. For these drivers, that's going to be very critical as this run goes on. It is still a very hot racetrack. Keep in mind, 81 degrees Fahrenheit. And for some, in past events here at this facility, it has been where you want that temperature to be in the 70s. By the way, can also tell you when it comes to one of the Team Opmo machines, the 22 machine in particular, they talked about how they pit to be able to use their fast repair and get a clean race car. They're in a situation where they just have to stretch their stint longer. They took fuel only. They're in 14th position at the moment.
So they sit a little bit deeper in this field, but certainly time to work up through the grid. Do Dustin Burkhalter and company have. Meanwhile, just looking at this we still have most of our opening stint drivers in their cars. I don't think there were any tire changes that we saw over the course of that first set of stops for the race leaders, as Liam Rositis now is bringing the race-leading Balago Racing machine in. They cycled to the front, had not pit yet, and should relinquish this race lead as they come on the pit road for service. Should bring Robert Rattray out in front, but good battle here for the net runner-up spot once they clear Rositis. Billy Smith, Michael Polishek fighting together on the racetrack for positions. Rachel Whiteford, that's not the first time we've heard that one.
Not at all, and it will not be the last. I'm pretty positive. Oh, incident for TDRA Racing on track in the S's there. Big moment for that car. Rafael Amorim put it around, put it in the wall hard from what I've seen here. Oh, he got sideways, got on the grass, clipped a wall, clipped a second wall. That car may well be done here. Big damage.
It could be over for TDRA Racing. We'll see if we can get some form of replay on this, but it's heavy damage to this car, and there is big trouble ahead for Amorim. We'll see what happened this starting through the Porsche curves. We'll look at Amorim, get the onboard here to see what took place. And all of a sudden, you'll see this car snap to the left. I wonder if he may have caught the curve coming through the Porsche curves, but he ends up in trouble, and off he goes. Takes off, and this is on cold tires too. It's also worth noting, and just caught the fence and it threw him sideways. And then you see that heavy contact with the guardrail, both sides of the wall there. Trouble for Amorim, who has managed to bring that car at least back towards pit road and in pit road. So managed to not take the tow, but black smoke billowing out of that 911. Plenty of trouble for Amorim, and if that race isn't necessarily over for TDRA Racing, then their chance at a strong finish, Taylor Burris, is largely shot.
It certainly is, as we saw in that replay when he was going through the Porsche curves. He clipped that little bit of a curving that shot him up to right up against that wall, and it was pretty much a day done for the TDRA Racing team. And unfortunately, because they did have a strong car, a strong top 5, top 7 car to be up against some of the drivers such as Matrix Motorsports, the Zoom Shum team, as well as the Imperial Motorsports team. So tough break for them. We'll have to see if they're able to find any way of recovery, but unfortunate, I think it's safe to say, James, their night is done here at Circuit de la Surf.
They took one of the faster pairs, so that answers that question. It saves them, but it's a very cautious tale, Rachel Whiteford, of the importance of making sure that you manage your car very carefully on the cold tires and do not push it any harder than you need to, as we ride on board with Chris Pies and the Imperial Motorsports Shake Machine.
Yeah, really do. And Imperial Shake car is doing a great run tonight. It's been busy for them, and it's been busy for everybody here, but Pies especially, he's a great driver in this series. He's always one to keep eyes on in terms of his speed, so looking forward to how these guys go forward from here, but there's a lot of racing left.
Plenty of racing left to go. It's Robert Rattray, Billy Smith, Michael Polishek in that order, and then Cameron Martineau, who's now down to about 4 seconds back of the Lone Wolf Motorsports machine. However, Lone Wolf Motorsports took tires in that last pit stop. Matrix Motorsports Blue did not. And that's the advantage that Polishek is going to have on each and every one of the cars around him. You have to go all the way back to the Shinnasland Dream Team in 10th. And they are about 50 seconds back of Lone Wolf Motorsports to find the next car that took tires. That's Jordan Dyer behind the wheel of that car at the moment, but they are the next car in line that took tires in that first pit stop. Everybody around Polishek just took fuel, so could be interesting to see how both of those cars fare on this stint and see how their lap times compare to all of the other cars around them, Rachel.
Yeah, no, very much so, and this is one of those times where they're going to have to be very concerned about their positioning on track and exactly how they really shake this whole thing out, because is this time where you want to hold station, or is this somewhere you're going to want to attack? And how much have you practiced attacking and passing at night?
how much have you practiced at night? There was a point that John brought up, Taylor, and something that I think we have to come back to. And I also brought up a very valid point that I think is going to play a lot into the hands of these drivers here, that you may have some drivers that practice a little bit more in the evening and may have the opportunity to acclimate to these conditions much more quickly. They might be more used to this, might be ready for this, and might be in a little bit better shape, which is going to be so important given how dark this track gets in the dead of night.
It certainly is, and that's one of the things, especially when it comes to endurance racing, especially on the iRacing service. You know, you have drivers who are selected to run a certain time period in this race. So some of them might prefer to run during the day, some at night. And that's one of the great things with the iRacing service, is that you can go out and test in those particular conditions as quickly as possible and be able to learn your braking zones and where to race, especially in these conditions. And phenomenally, that's where some drivers prefer. So if a team is together saying, hey, you're going to be running the nighttime period, try to learn the nighttime racing line. Same thing with those who are running during the daytime period. So it's just so incredible with the iRacing service of how you're able to make those adjustments to be able to test, practice, and then of course when it's time to race, and hopefully with that practice and testing, you're able to put on a good performance for you and your teammates.
And keep the car in one piece. So incredibly important here, more so than just making the end of things. So we've told you so much about Operation Motorsport this evening. We'll give you the chance now. We'll step away for a moment and give you all the opportunity to learn a little bit more about the organization, what it does, and how it benefits military service people in the United States, Canada, and throughout North America.
Soldiers, sailors, airmen and women enlist in the armed forces for many reasons, including a sense of duty, patriotism, the adventure, travel, and adrenaline. Many continue their military service because they discover a brother and sisterhood, an identity, a team. When service members are injured or wounded and can no longer perform their military duties, they quickly find themselves removed from their team, no longer serving the purpose for which they trained.
I came back from Afghanistan in 2013, and it was kind of a trial and error of finding out, after the military, what's next in life.
Being forced to leave a military career filled with purpose and pride can be challenging. Some challenges may leave lasting scars. An illness, wound, or injury can make anyone question their worth and sense of belonging after military service.
35 years in the Army, and I needed something to transition into. And so from that transition came an idea, and the idea was this.
Even though a military career may be coming to an end, or already ended, recovery can occur in the most unexpected places with unforeseen opportunities. Recovery, whether physical or mental, has no defined beginning or ending. It may last a lifetime.
For me, one of the biggest surprises that I found out going through it was that it's not like the flu where, you get sick and then you get better. You're never cured. And that's so frustrating. It's so hard to tell someone that. And it's so easy to slip back. And every single time you have to find a new way to fight it, it's a different monster every time you battle it.
This can feel daunting to a warrior who is suddenly forced to leave everything they know, trust, and love, finding themselves at the beginning of an unknown and possibly frightening new journey. Welcome to the world of motorsports.
We're in the right place at the right time in our lives to be able to take these guys that are wounded and put them in front of people that can actually show them that there is a camaraderie, there's a brotherhood within the motorsports industry, that there is potential for career opportunities for them if they have the skill set.
Motorsports offers an opportunity to regain that sense of identity within a safe, fast-paced team environment, providing a renewed sense of purpose. It has many facets, all created by teams working together for success on the track. Like in the military, In motorsports, the goal is in accomplishing the mission, winning as a team, collectively celebrating the successes and supporting teammates through the losses. Through motorsport opportunities, Operation Motorsport assists medically transitioning service members and veterans with discovering new ways of achieving a renewed sense of hope, purpose, and pride.
Besides the basic brake changing, oil changing, tire rotation, I've actually learned how to assemble and disassemble some engine parts, change some axles, do some alignments and stuff. So give it a try. You never know. This was nothing that I expected. I did not expect to be fully suited, jumping over a wall while cars are going 100 and something miles an hour.
From motors to media, tires to tickets, and hot laps to hospitality. Operation Motorsport provides beneficiaries the chance to become immersed within professional motorsports and provides them with the opportunity to find out firsthand what captivates their imagination and interest. These opportunities provide an avenue of discovery within the motorsports immersion or diversionary therapy programs, all within the Excite, Engage, and Empower recovery programs. Operation Motorsport also offers virtual engagements and recovery opportunities through an iRacing league, engaging beneficiaries in a safe, competitive environment from the comfort and safety of their home. Meeting other like-minded people, service members and veterans on the virtual racetrack, opening the doors to Motorsport Academy programs that prepare beneficiaries for their first encounters at the racetrack, and possibly leading to a day when they can get behind the wheel.
A team environment's a perfect place for people like us to kind of get back into some kind of normalcy when you go through a lot when you get medically discharged. And it kind of sucks and you put through the ringer, but I feel like what Operation Motorsport's doing is something that's just really valuable.
Operation Motorsport prides itself in keeping beneficiaries engaged after the race weekend, throughout their recovery and beyond, through our recovery programs, or as a member of the 22 pit crew. No matter the background or story, Operation Motorsport is always there to listen, provide a safe and comfortable space, and a trusted circle of confidence that is open and honest about what difficulties may lie ahead for those transitioning out of a military career. Operation Motorsport believes in the power of team, identity, and purpose.
Welcome back to Podium Esports coverage of the special PCA Sim Racing Team Racing Series event number 3 of 2021 from the Circuit de la Sarthe, benefiting Operation Motorsport this evening. James Plank, Rachel Burris, or Rachel Whiteford, Taylor Burris, as I magically mix up names here as we get into the evening hours. The darkness has thrown my brain for a loop, so let's try that again. James Plank, Taylor Burris, Rachel Whiteford, Justin Prince, and our producer Ryan Bauer, bringing you all the action from the French countryside this evening. And the most important development of this race over the course of that 6-minute break or so that we had while we told you a little bit about what Operation Motorsport does, Michael Polisek was able to clear the Imperial Motorsports bake machine, currently piloted by Billy Smith, to get the second overall and in class. Now 1.3 seconds back of the We Was Robbed machine of Robert Rattray for the race lead, and closing quickly is Michael Polisek. So we'll keep an eye on that one. That being said, Rachel, plenty of fun to be had throughout this field. The nighttime has made this place come alive in more than just one way.
Yeah, it really has, and it's incredible to see that. But honestly, guys, I want to reach out and say thank you to all of you who have pledged so far. We are at $16,469 raised. That is an incredible total. But I know we can do more. We can do better than that. We can bring the house down with this thing and really bring a huge helping hand to these guys at Operation Motorsports. Now, you've seen the video. I'm not going to wax lyrical there and tell you, oh, you know, this is something you need to do as an honor thing. It's something to do as a human being. Because one of the biggest problems for wounded and disabled veterans is obviously those with physical, visible injuries, they're limited, and it of course can impact their self-worth, their value, their self-confidence. They don't feel as capable as they once did. You got to remember, soldiers, especially combat veterans, are used to being peak physical examples of humanity that are out there kicking ass and taking names, doing it for each other first and foremost, and for their families and friends back home, for their country people. But when they suddenly find themselves no longer really able to be that person, not only is it the loss of that team in the military, which is a hard thing to describe if you've not been there, that family almost, it's almost like taking the rifle out of their hands and telling them to go fight that war. They don't feel as valid anymore. They feel lost. And people and groups like Operation Motorsport are out here giving people a purpose, giving them a drive, showing them that their wounds will not define them. Their wounds will not be who they are. They can still be part of an integral victory together as a team, and that is a massive thing for them. A huge thing. And don't forget, not all wounds are visible. Operation Motorsport helps people with diversionary therapy too. Ways of helping them to think about other things, to focus on other things, to take their minds off horrible experiences and traumas, and can help them live a full and happy life as part of something really powerful. So if you haven't pledged yet, please go and do that.
I think you make a very big point that, yes, we look at all the soldiers who come back physically disabled in some way, shape, or form, and the pain and everything that they've gone through is obvious, but the mental trauma of fighting in any way, shape, or form, I think usually goes so unnoticed, so underserved, I think, as we now see Robert Rattray and Michael Polisek cut through cars to get to the front. Goodness, that was close with the left traffic, but Polisek jumping in, flashing the lights. He'll go to the inside of that first chicane down the Mulsanne Straight and pick up the race lead, you would think, unless Robert Rattray decides to put the pain to him. No, he does not. So there it goes. Polisek back to the front. But as I was saying, that the mental toll that being a soldier takes on anyone who serves the country can be incredibly significant and undersung, and I think is very much noteworthy here, because that's also something, like Rachel said, that Operation Motorsport tries to tackle in their programs. So we keep our eyes peeled on the Lone Wolf Motorsports machine of Michael Polisek. He's in a great spot now because he has the freshest tires of anyone, and he has the victory just about all on track. But still plenty of time left to go. We've not even reached the halfway point of this race yet, Taylor, and there's so much that can happen as we work through the night, as the sun comes back out, because we are running at 8 times the normal speed of the day. So we're going to get back to sun and everything of this. It's going to be intriguing, I think.
Yeah, we should be seeing sunrise happening maybe in the next 4, maybe 5 hours, as it's about 2:20 a.m. in sim time on May 31st, 2021. But as that clock continues to tick down quickly in the time area, the regular time for time elapsed, we still have a little less than an hour and 43 minutes left to go here as we continue on racing. But that's one of the things, this period of time in the world of racing, in virtual or real, in endurance racing, is kind of that quiet time, but also where the action and maybe even surprises may come into play, where drivers are making mistakes or drivers are actually in the best scenario. As Rattray, speaking of, just made a major mistake coming out of Arnage, got the car a little bit loose, but is able to get it back under control, but he lost valuable time, as we see here on the instant replay. You see on board with him right now as they go through the Indianapolis and hit the marks there, but as they head into the braking zone of Arnage, James, you will see the car get a little bit squirrely right here as he hit that curb, overshoots the corner, almost makes contact with the outside Armco barriers, and is able to continue on his way, but that could have been a lot more costly if he made contact.
that being said, I think between that and what happened to Rafael Amorim over in the Porsche curves, I think you're taking that mistake where you just run a little bit wide on Arnage than what happened to Amorim, where he had to limp back to pit road and burn one of his fast repairs. It cost him plenty of time. And trouble, I think, a little bit elsewhere too, maybe, Rachel?
I think we're seeing some issues, but not sure exactly what just happened there. I heard the oh god, I'm looking throughout the track, but it's a lot of cars on track. It's very dark here, so I'm struggling exactly to see what just happened.
Perhaps Nielsen.
From race control, but I think Nielsen had an issue. You have it, Taylor?
Yeah, it is. It's Klaus Nielsen right here. He hits one of the curbs and then makes major contact with the Armco barrier, and I believe another vehicle as well, who will end up on his side. I can't quite seem to tell which driver it was who he made contact with, but Klaus Nielsen, unfortunate for him, as we saw on the replay, as we are now back, I believe, live here on the track, as we are on board once again with Liam Rositas. But yeah, by the looks of it, it was major contact between the two, where one car actually ended up on its side, running down the Armco barrier.
I wonder if that may have been Sean Murphy and the Celtic Racing Machine. They're on pit road at the moment and slowed down dramatically. They were running about 20th or so the last time, or 16th rather, overall the last time by. But when they come back and score resets down to 37th, so I would imagine Murphy probably was the other one involved in there, as Liam Rositas is in trouble from the 7th position.
Yeah, he really is. That Q Cup Racing car's not had a great time here, actually. I think we've just seen a position change with that one. But it's definitely been a little bit messy. Coming out of, I believe, towards Tête Rouge.
Tête Rouge, yeah. That's exactly what I was about to say. It nearly got clipped by one of the Pegasus Racing machines, too. So big trouble for the Balago Racing car. Rositas smacks the fence, and again, it was very simple, nothing too crazy, but it's that difference in grip between the grass and the pavement. If you get off in any way, shape, or form whatsoever, Taylor Burris, you're going around almost certainly, especially if you clip those areas on braking zones.
It certainly is. Curbs and grass are not your friends in the world of racing. You have to make sure you mind that when you're on that. Stay on the black pavement as best as you can to help you get set up for the next corner. But unfortunately, we've seen that time and time again here throughout the day of racing here. It's going to be that curbing or the grass that will cost you a chance of finishing, or even a chance of victory in your class here today at Circuit de la Sarthe.
Working through the night hours. These are the hours where you just have to be very, very cautious, very, very careful, very, very particular in the way you go about your business. That's what matters more than anything else. And I think we have to be wary of that, mindful of that, as these drivers continue to work around the Circuit de la Sarthe. And again, reminder, you go to pledge.org/for/Operation-Motorsport to donate to your favorite car. All of the money is going to Operation Motorsport at the end, but you can pick a team to select to support if you so choose, as we work our way through this PCA Sim Racing Team Racing Series event from the Circuit de la Sarthe. This one car completely misses the Dunlop chicane there. Couldn't tell who that was, but one machine there just decided to go off in the sand, and instead of trying to save it and loop it, get in trouble. And it was the Matrix Motorsports green machine of Klaus Nielsen, one of the top cars in the Group C machine, and the winner at Sebring last time out. So big issues there for Nielsen. Trouble for one of the 3 Matrix Motorsports cars that have been so successful in the beginning of this PCA Sim Racing Team Racing Series season. Lone Wolf
Yeah, they really have been one of the most successful cars we've actually seen in that regard. They've been really, really good. It's definitely, I think, a tricky time right now. We're seeing people missing a lot of those braking zones, a lot of those positions on track. So it's really looking like one of those moments where we have to be very careful. So we're seeing people run slower. This is not a time to catch up. This is a time to maintain.
As we keep an eye on things here on the track, it is still Michael Polisek. He's pulled out by about 5 seconds over the We Was Robbed Racing of Robert Rattray, currently right now in 2nd place. So interesting strategy call out of how those fresh tires, Rachel, Michael Polisek has put on those cars has helped propel him and even extend his gap as we continue to race here. Keeping an eye on a couple of other drivers. We have the battle for third right now between Cameron Martineau and Billy Smith right now for third as they work down the Mulsanne Straight.
Yeah, it is. I think nighttime's a great time to put on fresh tyres because if you're going into that nighttime, you're going to have totally different track conditions. So having good fresh tyres rather than slick tyres that have been really worn out by hot daytime racing, it's going to be a real benefit. You'll have so much more grip. Really, really advantageous.
Certainly is the case right now as we keep an eye on the battle for P3 between Martineau as well as Billy Smith. They get around the Jakester Racing, the car without Jake, Christian Rava still behind the wheel of that race car as they continue to work down towards the second Mulsanne chicane as they go. And this corner right here, Rachel and James, is one of those interesting corners. I mean, the first one I feel like it's a little bit tighter, but also I feel like most of the problems that we see in any form of racing here at the Circuit de la Sarthe in that second Mulsanne is where we see a lot of major incidents. And quite frankly, it's been quite calm over in that section.
I think it's one of those intimidating corners where people are a little bit scared of it, so they actually take it more safely than they perhaps would. And, you know, as John said, on paper they're the same. They're just mirrored. But, you know, it depends on where you're seated in the car. It can look very, very different as well for the driver. Plus, you know, we all have dominant sides.
Valid points all around here as we continue to work through the evening at the Circuit de la Sarthe, and nothing changed at the front. It's Lone Wolf, We Was Robbed, and now take that back. How about Imperial Motorsports Bake getting around Matrix Motorsports Blue? So commentator scores clearly alive and well, Rachel.
Oh, it has been all night, just like it was last night for the 600, but a very busy time, of course, and really, really good time in the racing. And thank you to people who've been pledging since money's going up and up and up here for a phenomenal cause in Operation Motorsport. We're at 16,544. Does anyone think we can hit 17? Can we do 17? I'm going to turn to an auctioneer if you guys don't keep pledging. We'll go for 17. Come on, let's hit 17 before the top of the hour.
17,000. Do I hear 17,000? 17,000. If we can get up there, it'd be really, really great for Operation Motorsport. 17,000. Do I hear 17? It works, right?
Don't give up the day job.
Okay. All right. Well, just we have that in the back pocket if we need it, but we also have Justin Prince down on pit road. And Justin, I think you've got a little bit more just on how tricky this Circuit de la Sarthe can be.
Yes, indeed. And you guys emphasized in part the curves with some of the incidents. Michael Polisek, I spoke with him, emphasized that as well because the suspension on the RSR he says, are very stiff and can be tricky over the bumps. So breaking into the various corners he described would be a challenge. He described the track itself also being very difficult because of little downforce here compared to other facilities, as well as the potentials for slowdowns. But the main thing he emphasized was the draft as well, that we've seen come into play, that he's been able to break successfully. If you're not significantly faster than someone, he felt you would be likely in a draft lock for much of the day with the length of the straightaway. So, for these competitors, it's been those challenges today, in particular with those bumps. He talked about as well those curbs being brutal with this car. And the car also very hard to get stopped without having a spin or lockup. And we've seen a couple incidents involving those curbs already in the past half hour.
People getting on curves, losing traction, differences in temperature, causing differences in grip, causing folks to loop around. Saw it a few times there in about a 5-minute stretch, and it could be something we have to deal with as this race progresses. On board with Michael Polisek now, who stretched out his lead to 8.7 seconds over Robert Rattray. But of note, We Was Robbed actually heading up the group of Class B drivers at the moment. They are your class leaders, as are Mach 2 Motorsports in class, or Group C rather. So an impressive run for the We Was Robbed folks, beating out everybody in this field, whether or not they're Group C, Group B, or Group A, save for Lone Wolf Motorsports, which is one of our handful of Group A teams.
Yeah, they really are. It's an impressive run from those guys. Really great to see that. Putting on a phenomenal job tonight with how this is going. But it's definitely shaken things up so far. I'm going to be looking forward to seeing what they can do with it. Can they hold this on all night? Can they hold it on to the dawn and to the end of this race? Because there's a lot that can happen. And you can have... I've seen 2 cars on the lead lap after a 24-hour race. I've seen a minute and a half separation on a track. And the leaders had a mistake, and they've thrown it all away. So it is not over till the fat lady sings.
Had that happen, I think, with Lone Wolf Motorsports back in March too. Had a great car and then ran into lap traffic, landed into trouble over at Sunset Bend, and all of a sudden the race was over just like that. Now, I think biggest difference between the Second de la South and Sebring is that you have a lot more room for everybody to spread out. This is obviously a larger racetrack by significant margins, but also narrow in points as well. That's something we'll have to note as we've got a great battle for 3rd and 4th overall. This is Imperial Motorsports Bake and Matrix Motorsports Blue. Billy Smith and Cameron Martineau racing for position, heading, I believe, off towards, I think this is the Porsche Curves.
Yes, it is the Porsche Curves right now for you, James, as we watch these two battle. These two actually are running some of the faster times other than Michael Polasek as they work their way through the curves. As we see Cameron Martineau is closing that gap, hits his mark superbly to catch up to the former champion of Billy Smith as they come out of there, heading down the short chute before they get to the Ford chicanes right here. As a great performance for both drivers, but keep an eye on Cameron Martineau. He's one of those competitors who could come out with a surprise win, as he did win last time at Sebring, as one car is off out of the Ford chicanes. Couldn't quite catch who that is. It's the Tangerine Porsche right there, so he has some issues.
Tangerine Porsche in trouble. I believe that's the Sinisland Dream Team of Jordan Dyer. But more importantly, here comes Robert Rattray, the We Was Robbed racing machine, down to pit road for service. And you would think this time, given that they double stinted their tires, it's probably fuel plus tires here. Justin Prince, do you have a sense of what they might be doing?
Now, when it comes to the pit strategy, usually when you go for the double stint or change the driver, you usually end up taking the tires because you do not want to put your driver out on old tires. They have changed their driver here for this sequence. So keep that in mind here for this stop. They're already up to 20 seconds. This is a strategy potentially to cut this race in half to 45-45 when you think about the math in terms of minutes. So for their driver, it looks like for the time being that they are in the sequence to take the tires as to be expected.
So they will slow on pit road, just watching the times here. That's the most important thing, keeping our eyes peeled for just how long it's going to take. Ed Eisenring is going to take the wheel of that car as well. So a driver change in addition to the pit stop. And it will be Eisenring who will pilot this car presumably to the end of the race. So first driver change amongst the cars here, at all told about a 1 minute, 2 second stop at the end of it all.
Yeah, that's looking pretty standard for what we're expecting in the field tonight. So good start by that team. Got it done, got him out. And I think, yeah, this is probably the time we'll start to see it because it's coming towards kind of peak time, maybe heading towards 4 a.m. here, so we're going to start to see some sunlight soon, and that's when it's going to be really important to have a fresh set of eyes in here as the track evolves.
So we are going to watch these cars come down pit road for service likely in the next few moments or so. Probably can't be too long. These are 9-10 lap stints that we're seeing here, which seems pretty consistent with what we saw in that first segment. So now question becomes, what do we make of everything between Matrix Motorsports Blue and then the Imperial Motorsports machine, Sailor?
Certainly is the case right now as we watch on this battle here as they work their way through. One of the things, though, James, I've been noticing with some of the competitors is the certain areas where they have been improving their lap times. A lot of drivers have been doing that due to the fact of the cooler conditions, as well as some of them with the fresher tires. But as we approach past the halfway point of tonight's race, drivers are going to have to try to figure out some different strategy plays as we progress into the early morning hours, as we are now approaching 4:30 a.m. in sim time as they work their way through. This is where that transition stage is starting to get a little bit more cooler. Probably the coolest point of the entire race right here before we start to see the temperatures begin to rise when that sun starts cresting over.
As we prepare for pit stops, I think most of our audience, especially those in the United States, know the significance of Memorial Day and how we use it to remember our armed forces. And we have the opportunity to now share a very special story from a Gold Star mother. Susan Price lost her son, Sergeant Aaron Kennefic, in Afghanistan some 10 years ago. We were fortunate enough to catch up with her and have her tell both her story and her son's. We're now joined by Susan Price here on the broadcast this evening. And Susan, first and foremost, thanks for the time and welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
You've got an interesting story as to how you got involved with tonight's event. So just talk about your connections with Mike Nyden and the PCA and how you became involved with the racing this evening.
Well, I was invited in because I'm a nationally known Marine Gold Star mother, and I'm an advocate for veterans and for our military personnel. I'm former military. My son, who was killed 12 years ago in Afghanistan, and I used to live in Roswell, Georgia. I've known Mike a long time and participated with a lot of the folks there in Georgia on some of their events.
I've heard a tremendous amount of stories about your son Aaron in the lead up to this, and I feel like I can't do him justice, and the only person here that could really do that proper is you. So for those who don't know about your son's story, walk us through that as best you can and give us a sense of who he was like as a person.
All right, I'll start as a boy and into a man. He just was always a child of God and looked out for everybody, a true humanitarian. Grew up, wanted to be a Marine like my father. And he was Marine of the Year twice. He had top security clearance. He worked at Central Command with all the generals that ran the Iraq and Afghanistan war. And he was a mentor to younger Marines, and he would tell me I know how to build a man or a woman up without breaking them down. And just his fate took him on September 8th. What was it? 2009, 12 years ago. He was killed in an ambush in Afghanistan. He was a hero before he became a hero. And, you know, the essence of who we are as a character, no matter if you're somebody that wants to become a doctor, a dentist, a nurse, or anybody, you're that person in your spirit before you become that. So Aaron was always a humanitarian and always wanted to be in a world where, you know, you did your share to contribute to humanity. And it's all about the people next to you. It's not the me show, it's the we show.
The one thing that has stood out to me in my readings leading up to this is the natural born leadership abilities that he had even before he joined the military, that you go back to middle school and high school and you speak to especially those who worked in the athletic departments that he played sports in, and they all said that it just all came to him so easily, that he was naturally the type of person that would speak up, that was not afraid to gather the people around and rally the troops before he was literally rallying the troops.
Yeah, exactly. In essence, that's what I was saying. You're that person before you become that person. He was always that leader as a young boy. And you know, it's funny, he had a paper route when he was a young teenager, and we had a lot of elderly that lived on our street. He would check in on them to see if they needed anything at the grocery store. And he just took it upon himself to do these things because that's who he was, a natural born leader. Yeah.
Which also encompasses the selfless service piece. And I think we've heard a few pieces already, but do you have a good story that you can think of that exemplifies the heart that he had and his ability to serve as well as lead best?
On his way home, we lived in Roswell, Georgia at the time, and he was a junior or a senior in high school. And, you know, they had a grueling 3-hour football practice after school. And his car was dinged up, so it was in the shop. So I told him, just call me, I'll pick you up. And he didn't that day. He took it upon himself to walk home, and it was about a half-hour walk. And he came upon a wallet that had about $1,200 in it. And somebody had cashed their check. That was their rent money. Aaron found the wallet, walked a half a mile out of his way to the police station to turn the wallet in. And the police called me. From that very moment, Aaron was there. And I thought, oh my gosh, what's the Roswell Police Department calling me for? Is my son okay? And they said, we want to thank you for raising such a fine young man. We asked him, why didn't you spend the money? You could have just taken the money and thrown the wallet. He said, no, sir, my mother raised me. If I took a penny from anyone, it would come out of my life. My son was like the North Star in the sky. He walked into a room and he was bigger than life, you know. And he looked, well, I think he's better looking than some of those movie stars out there, but he was just a beautiful person inside and out, you know. He just had that effect when he walked into a room. Everything stopped and Aaron was so animated and just wanted to make sure everybody was okay with the world. And that's what I see through all of my Gold Star families, their sons and daughters that we lost. They were all bigger than life, you know. And some of my friends are the SEAL team families. We go on rallies together and retreats, and it's, you know, we feel one another. We don't even have to say a word. We just can sit and resonate with that loss and then being together, because we all believe that our sons and daughters are with the Lord. Well, we're all believers in God. And we believe that they're laughing at us, saying, look at my mom sit with your dad and having a good time. So, you know, whether you're a believer or a non-believer, in the end, we're all going to meet our Creator, and we're going to figure it all out. But in the meantime, I have a lot of work to do, and I enjoy doing this work in my son's name and honor. And he's my angel warrior.
And we at Podium Esports are honored to have had a little bit of time to help this group to remember Sergeant Kinnifick and all of the great people who have served our military and have unfortunately passed on. I think you make another good point that the important thing isn't necessarily to be sad about their passing, but to celebrate everything that they were able to accomplish. And we're glad to have had the chance to do that today. So, Susan, thank you so much for your time and for sharing your story with us. And we look forward to seeing what you accomplish in the near future.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity. Have a blessed day.
Susan Price, Gold Star mother, and the inspiring story of her son, Sergeant Aaron Kinnifick. And for the full interview, you can head to PCASimRacing.com/interviews. You can also head to PCA Sim Racing YouTube channel to see all of the conversation that I got the chance to have with Susan, a remarkable woman who has turned a tragedy into a very, very, very special positive for so many members of the community around her. We are now joined by one of the Operation Motorsport beneficiaries who just got done with his stint. Dustin Burkhalter now joins us in the booth. And Dustin, what was it like out there? First and foremost, this is a tricky track, not an easy place to get around. What was your stint like behind the wheel?
I had a few bad moves, half spins, a spin, and I did a little wall tap. Not the best of a drifter, and had to pit early to use our quick repair earlier, and then just brought it in when it ran out of fuel, and it's sped up a lot during the night, and then now it's track's falling away again because it's getting warmer.
So tricky. all in all, very, very difficult to get around. But I think even though it might not necessarily have been so easy, I think the important piece here isn't necessarily the racing, but it's more about being involved with Operation Motorsport and everything that they do for the beneficiaries, for the people involved. Can you summarize what that program has meant to you since you joined it?
I actually did my first event with them earlier in May at Circuit of the Americas with the Skip Barber racing team. And I joked that it was the most fun I ever had cleaning other people's wheels, but the truth is I don't even like cleaning my own wheels. So the most fun I ever had cleaning wheels, let alone doing everything at the track. It was just amazing. It was definitely highlight of what I'll call my motorsport career. And then even before I got actually involved with them on track, stumbled upon them running their sim racing series and ended up winning a Recaro seat, winning first in my class for the season, which was just amazing. Pretty much unless I actually go pro, I'll never be as successful in my real race career as I was in my sim race career, just because of everything they were setting up just to give back to the service members.
How cool is it to you to see an organization like Operation Motorsport embrace sim racing the way it has? I don't necessarily think that every nonprofit organization would be so keen to jump into this world, but this is something that Operation Motorsport really has jumped into with open arms and on multiple accounts. And from the racing that I've seen, it's not just that you've got a really great organization putting their support into something that's very progressive, very forward looking, but the racing in those events happens to be strong as well.
I wouldn't have found them without them going into sim racing. I believe Jason said that the whole reason they really started was because of COVID shutting everything down, but I think them opening up sim racing as one of their options to become a beneficiary is very helpful. It's getting the message out. It's not as expensive as, flying people to race tracks, and it still gets you experienced with the racing, and you still get to mingle with everybody, like all the team members. All of the beneficiaries right now are in a big Discord channel and 3 different cars, and we're all just talking and spotting and helping each other out.
So now that your shift is done, what are you looking forward to over the course of this last hour or so in the race?
Definitely going to the bathroom, and then just talking with Brock and Chris and everyone else, Hunter, seeing how they do and helping keep Brock's head in the game, and hopefully he doesn't make as many mistakes as I did.
Well, Dustin, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on completing your stint, and we look forward to seeing you around in future PCA sim racing events.
Thank you. And thank you guys for your coverage, and thanks for having us.
Justin Burkhalter Burke, as they know him, just got done behind the wheel of the Team Mullet Motorsports machine. They're currently 20th overall. His teammate, the Team Moose Motorsports machine, currently wheeled by Hunter Reeve, who we're going to chat to in just a little bit once he hops out of the car. Currently 14th overall in this PCA Sim Racing Team Racing Series presented by Haggerty Event from iRacing's virtual Circuit de Bassart. We have seen a little bit of shuffling at the front, but we're also seeing a pit stop cycle run its course here, and we are dead in the center of it, which means that Michael Polasek has already come down pit road and stopped, this time for fuel only. But for everybody else, for Matrix Motorsports Blue, Imperial Motorsports Shake, Balago Racing, Dream Team, we figure when they come down in the next few laps, Taylor Barris, it's going to be nothing but fuel and tires.
Pretty much going to have to agree with you on that, James, there. In order to try to keep up with the competitors here, as drivers such as Michael Polasek, they're going to need to take tires and try to pull this strategy game as quickly as possible. Currently, right now, as we look, Polasek is about 35 seconds back from your race leader, Cameron Martineau, and then about another 9.2 seconds back from second place driver, Christopher Pies. So that's going to be interesting to see how well these drivers are going to pull off, because you also got to remember, there is at least got to be a driver change for all three cars. So keep that in mind, because if I'm looking correctly, Christopher Pies has to still do a driver change, along with Martineau and Polasek. So keep that in mind as we'll see who will be in the car during these next pit stops. Of course, for Polasek, it'll probably be on the final pit stop for Leon Van Handel to get behind the wheel.
So Van Handel will most likely bring that car home. Martineau, you would figure, will probably have to jump out either with this pit stop or the next one. Same for Chris Pies and Jordan Dyer and Leon Renzitis, all of whom have been in their cars since we dropped the green flag at around 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So they'll have work to do. In the meantime, Rachel Whiteford, have you noticed anything amongst our field in particular that we should be aware of?
Notice some incredible racing. That's what I'm definitely seeing, as the sun is well and truly up here. The early morning coming very quickly at 6:30 a.m. on track. What I've seen is the speeds have actually picked up. Not because the track's faster, but because the drivers have more confidence now. The confidence level's really improved. We're seeing more attacking into the corners, so we're definitely seeing people try and move forwards here and actually gain time. They're no longer coping, now they're racing.
They are shuffling as your race leader is in at the moment. Cameron Martineau bringing down the Matrix Motorsports blue car for service as the sun begins to rise over the start in sim. Again, we are moving at 8 times the normal rate. So in sim, we've gone from about 4 in the afternoon local time to just about 7 a.m. in the morning here at Le Mans, which is what you see now. And Martineau will come down pit road for service as we go on board with Temur Albaga of the Hammered Unicorns. More importantly, though, this battle is for position, and maybe most importantly, Taylor Burris, we're beginning to hit the point that John Hindhaugh talked about earlier, where you may see some sunlight come in, and it may be difficult to get this car around some corners depending on where you are on the racetrack.
It certainly is, James. I mean, this track, it has certain points of the racetrack where that sun can affect your vision, just like it did during the dusk parts of the racing we saw earlier today, or actually yesterday in sim time. But that's where the drivers are going to have to be very cautious, make sure that they take care of their equipment, take care of their driving skills, and making sure that they have enough room to get around competitors or around the corners, because anything can be possible when going through some of these corners, especially some of the blind corners that you may see going through this circuit. So we'll have to see who is able to make sure that they are able to take care of their eyes and make sure that they work through this track.
Also of note, surprise, surprise, Michael Polasek back out in front in the Lone Wolf Motorsports car. He cycled back to the race lead as the folks from Matrix Motorsports Blue came down at pit road. You've also got the Shootersland Dream Team and Imperial Motorsports Shake Machines in for service now, and with driver swaps too. Andrew Hillman comes in for Jordan Dyer, and Matthew Kikis comes in for Chris Pies on those teams respectively, and they will come out, I would think, somewhere around the 6 and 6 or 8 spots respectively.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to see when they filter out properly here, of course, is we'll get that position update and we'll see real true running positions at this time. So that's what we want to keep our eyes on. But keeping our eyes still on things, don't forget, guys, if you're not pledged yet, head over to the link in description there. It is pledgeit.org/Operation Motorsport, or pledgeit.org/FOR/Operation-Motorsport. Head there now and pledge to help support a fantastic cause.
Sitting on almost $17,000 raised for Opmo over the course of this campaign. And donations have been live for the last few weeks in preparation for the event, but plenty of time to hop in, make a donation, support the folks at Opmo, and give them the chance to succeed and do great things over the course of this summer, the rest of this year. We know it's going to be a big one. Lots of folks beginning to open back up and get back to normal life. But for now, we'll keep our eyes peeled on that number in the top right corner of your screen and see if that grows anymore, as we now look at Andrew Hillman, who's got control of the Shootersland Dream Team machine, trying to run down Chris Walsh in the Mach 2 Motorsports car. Currently your leaders in Group C.
Talk about a good drive for these drivers here. Andrew Hillman, who's leading the charge right now, and then here comes Chris Walsh right here, who's also been having a good run as he's been inside the overall top 10 for the most part of the race. Keep an eye on a couple of other drivers who have worked their way up through the field since the start of today's race. Of course, drivers such as the Mach 2 Motorsports started in 20th. They are now running 11th, but here's a big one for you. NME Racing started 39th. They are now in 13th position. That's Joe Stiffel behind the wheel of that blue number, I believe that is going to be number 35 Porsche. So a great drive for them. And then, of course, WWZ Red 33rd to 21st. And then TGR Racing 28th starting spot is now running 19th. So a couple of good shakers up towards the field as they drive through the field, and a great performance for some of them.
It's interesting, I think, to see that a lot of the drivers who have made big charges are also lumped together right there in that 10th to 15th ballpark. TGR Racing also 28th and 19th you mentioned, but everybody that's made a charge has landed right on the edge of the top 10, which isn't necessarily bad, but at the same time, it's not quite the race lead. But by that same token, we would be remiss not to mention Balago Racing, currently scored in second, though they are on pit road for service, now third. And then Imperial Motorsports Shake, which has come from 10th to what would now be, I think, the 7th position. So they've done a nice job slowly creeping up the pylon and towards the front. But everybody chasing Michael Polisek. He's got a 30-second lead over Cameron Martineau in the Matrix Motorsports Blue Machine. You figure there's probably one more tire stop for Michael Polisek and Leon Van Handel that should come the next time they come down pit road, when you would assume Van Handel would get into the car to bring this home for the final stint. But it's Polisek who's in control of this race, as the Balago folks will swap in. Liam Redzitis will get out of his car. It's John Montgomery who will drive the 69 machine all the way to the finish.
Yeah, he will, and it's going to be exciting to see what they can do. Can anyone catch Lone Wolf Motorsports? That is our big story today. Can they get there? 30 seconds is not insurmountable. There's a lot still to play for here. Let's see them do that. Let's see some racing get put on for these guys. Let's have a big show for Operation Motorsports.
Big time show here. And yeah, how about it? $2,000 raised by the group that you see on your screen here, the ARPCA Daves, both Dave Craig and Dave Palmer behind the wheel of that. And, currently the leaders on the donation leaderboard in this race. They are 11th overall as it stands, but David Palmer behind the wheel of that machine, but they've got more money in than anybody else in this event so far. The only ones to crack the $2,000 barrier, hopefully not the last ones though.
Certainly not, James, and it's amazing to see how the world of sim racing and racing in general can come together for such a great cause. Of course, today all throughout the United States, with all the great work that we see going on across all different major motorsports, and of course to end it right here with the Porsche's PCA Sim Racing, as well as Operation Motorsport, coming together for a great cause, and almost just right there at the $17,000 marks for Operation Motorsports. I've had the privilege of meeting some people there as well at tracks such as at VIR, and there's some of the most amazing stories to hear, how they are able to overcome adversities and be able to come back into civil life and still enjoy things that they enjoy, including in the world of motorsports.
So, a few more pit stops completed. Pretty much everybody in good shape and set to go. And as we continue in this race, we bring in our fourth and final Operation Motorsports beneficiary driver. Hunter Reeve is in here. And Hunter, just take us through your Opmo story and how you got involved with the organization to begin with.
Yeah, well, I kind of ran into it on accident. I just found it. I can't remember, it was one of my friends, but shared something about it on Facebook, and that's how I came to learn about Operation Motorsport.
So you come into Operation Motorsport, and how much has it meant to you? How great has it been for you to be involved with the organization?
Yeah, I think it's for people that are missing that team environment, it's such a great place to be, and be around kind of like-minded guys that are, kind of wired to get the job done. And so it's just it's a really great organization.
And how significant to you is it to see them embrace sim racing the way that they have and add this to their program, not just as a side project, but it really has become a major force within Operation Motorsport. You've got Operation Motorsport that runs on Pit Stop TV that is a big part of the program, and they do a lot of great work in sim racing too.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I just I think it's a pretty vital tool. I do think sims, you're never going to replace a real car, but I think as a tool, as a training tool, and then as the Opmo series, it's something to get guys and girls engaged, with the program, especially after last year. I mean, every major racing series went to iRacing, so it's just been such a good thing to utilize.
And how was your stint out there? We chatted with Dustin Burkhalter a little bit ago, and he sounded like he was just happy to make it through. Was your stint maybe a little bit cleaner, maybe a little bit more straightforward?
I had some adventures. I'll say that I had some adventures. So, but yeah,
simple.
Yeah, tough. A challenge.
Words that are commonly associated with the Circuit Deadlift Sorf, and not a shocker there. So,
yeah.
Hunter, how big is it for you to be able to be a part of this and see $17,000 raised for Opmo? What's that mean to you as a beneficiary to see so many people support this program in that way?
It means a ton to me. I think our original target was 10, and just see, we've blown past that now, and I'm honored. It's something really cool to see people come out and support. It means a lot to me, because I've gotten so much out of Operation Motorsport. So, it's something, it's hard to put into words, but it really means a lot to me.
Well, Hunter, thank you so much for the time, and thanks for all your work with Operation Motorsport. Hope you've enjoyed the evening. We'll let you get back with the rest of the team. I know you all have been very talkative, so we'll let you get back with those folks and see what you can do to whip up a good finish in the final hour.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for covering this and making the show good.
Hunter Reeve, one of the Operation Motorsport beneficiaries, and now we've spoken to all of the Opmo drivers that are participating in tonight's race. We shuffle from Opmo to the presenting partner of PCA Sim Racing. It's Justin Moreno from Haggerty that now joins us, and he is with our Justin Prince.
Hey guys, how are you?
Doing good. How are you, Justin?
Can't complain. Happy Memorial Weekend.
Indeed. First things first, how has it been supporting PCA Sim Racing throughout the opening part of this year?
The PCA has just been tremendous partners to us, not only, within the sim racing program, but just in the aggregate as well. It doesn't take a lot of convincing for us to support PCA in all of their endeavors. But no, it's been fantastic to work with PCA Sim Racing.
To be involved with PCA Sim Racing on Memorial Day, given what goes into this day annually, what does that mean to Haggerty?
For us, we're all about supporting passion in the sport. And here, what we're doing here with PCA Sim Racing and with, obviously the program and the drivers that you have out today, it's near and dear to us. It's such a worthwhile cause, and it's very near and dear to me personally. My best friend in high school did 5 tours, and he definitely would kind of fall into that category of needing that additional support and kind of missing that team camaraderie. So it's very near and dear to me. And yeah, same for Haggerty.
Indeed. And also, to have someone like John Hindhaugh involved with PCA Sim Racing tonight, how exciting is that for everyone at Haggerty this evening?
Okay. I'm kind of losing you there. What was that?
to repeat the question, to have someone like John Hindhall involved with PCA Sim Racing, how exciting is that for everyone at Hagerty this evening?
Well, John is an old, dear personal friend of ours. What was that? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. How exciting is that overall to have that with John?
We'll come back and see if we can't work out the technical difficulties with Justin Moreno. Or not, or maybe he comes back alive. Okay, all right, fair enough, fair enough.
So the question I had heard was, how is it working with John? Is that the last where we left off?
How exciting is it for everyone at Hagerty this evening to be involved with John?
Well, yeah, okay. Well, John is an old, dear personal friend of ours. Both personally and with Hagerty. I think you guys are probably aware. We're the title sponsor for Radio Le Mans. John and his better half Eve have just been tremendous partners. They're, again, very dear friends, and having them involved in the event tonight and supporting Operation Motorsport, PCA Sim Racing, we just couldn't be happier with that. And it goes to say that anything John touches to becomes more exciting, and we always say that John could make watching paint dry exciting.
A very exciting commentator, to say the very least, and did great work for tonight. And in your eyes, how does sim racing fit into the Hagerty lifestyle?
And we've talked about this before. In the last interview that we had done with you guys, during a PCA Sim Racing event. For us, automotive enthusiasts are some of those passionate people out there. And when we think about the motorsport segment within the larger auto enthusiast community, it's one of the most passionate groups out there, right? The competition, the camaraderie, the teamwork. For us, we're here to support the hobby however and wherever people choose to participate. And sim racing is it's provided such a fantastic venue for people to get to know each other and compete. Even myself, I just bumped into Chris Paez in the real world at Road America as he was competing in the WRL, and he's someone that I met in the series racing with PCA virtually. So meeting him in person, it was quite an experience. But we just love being a part of it. We love supporting the PCA and sim racing program.
Now, a lot of youth these days comes through the sim racing platform. On top of this, how important is it to have Hagerty connect to the youngest generations of drivers through sim racing?
Well, and it's funny that you asked that, because sim racing, especially the iRacing platform, it's very unique in that it has a good sample of not only the younger demographic but also some of the more established drivers. For us, when it comes to impacting the youth community and supporting auto enthusiasts and building out that next generation. You see it in a lot of the work that we do, whether it's in our non-for-profit organization to Save Driving. Just this past week, in fact, myself, Pat Long, Shay Holbrook, Pippa Mann, Pippa wasn't there, I'm sorry, but Lonnie Unser and Sabra Cook, we all joined a middle school out of Hartford, Wisconsin on their virtual field day. So it was a motorsports day, very enthusiastic social studies teacher, and reached out and we basically circled the wagons and brought a bunch of pro drivers with us. So it's very important for us to lift up the youth and continue the hobby and make sure that the passion is there for the next generation.
Now, what exciting programs is Hagerty looking forward to with PCA Sim Racing as well in the second part of the year?
Well, I mean, we're basically just working with PCA Sim Racing across their entire program this year. So basically anything you see on the schedule is something that we're going to be supporting and growing out. I can tell you that myself, as well as some of the old Hagerty drivers, are looking to come back later in the season. So maybe that would be the most exciting, assuming that we perform well. But there's just so much going on this year. It's definitely, the program has grown exponentially over last year. You see, basically in all the events that they're hosting. When we look at that compared to last year, I think it's like 3x, 4x the number of events. So just keep an eye out. You might see some Haggerty cars here in the near future.
That's going to be very interesting indeed. Well, thank you very much for the time, Justin, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you too, and thank you guys for everything that you're doing. And guys, everybody that's listening, please make donations. Please make a big donations, and hopefully we can make that 20,000 mark before the end of the night, huh?
We'll have to see. Thank you, James.
I like that thought. That's Justin Moreno from Haggerty. He is the Vice President of Marketing and part of the support that Haggerty has provided to PCA Sim Racing throughout 2021. He's not the only person we're going to get the chance to talk to here over the course of this race, because I got the chance to sit down with Mark Horston of Porsche Motorsport North America for a very special chat. So we're going to go ahead and roll the first part of our conversation right now. We are now joined by Mark Horston of Porsche North America and Porsche Motorsport. And Mark, good to have you on once again. Been a little while since we've seen you, but certainly exciting to get to speak with one of the foremost voices so far as Porsche Motorsport North America is concerned.
Yeah, hi James. No, yeah, it has been a little while. You guys have had a lot going on, and the stuff that you guys are doing around the sim racing this last season has been absolutely incredible. It gets better and better every time I see it come up. So, us, supporting the club, we're also huge supporters of sim racing, and we love what you guys are doing.
Yeah, how exciting has it been from NA's perspective to see what's taken place over the past year, where I think at the beginning of the pandemic, everything just exploded. We went from 2 races to 4 on weeknights, and then all of a sudden you end up with almost 3 series if you count the Zone Group Challenge that was run at the beginning of the year. So how exciting is it to see the expansion of PCA sim racing from NA's perspective?
Well, it's great because it keeps people engaged. It keeps them interested in racing and motorsport, and really kind of engaged with the brand as well. Because these guys get to have one of the most realistic experiences on track when they officially couldn't be on track last year because of the pandemic. So to see the engagement, to see the increase in numbers of people that have joined was really something spectacular. And, from not only NA's perspective, but also PAG's perspective in Germany, they actually had a few different countries that were interested in kind of joining this group. And a lot of them wanted to race against North America, which made it kind of cool because they were reaching out going, hey, we know you guys have a great group of guys over there, a great group of cars. The competition is insane, and we want to join. So what do you think? So, I think working with PCA, they're open to doing this. They've already done a race last season with Great Britain, which worked out awesome. And now we have countries, different countries from around the world. I think Australia and Asia had reached out wanting to do some things. So it was really exciting to see that. And as a company, we couldn't ask for anything better. It was a great idea.
And talking about the International Sim Racing Challenge that took place last year, which was buckets of fun and certainly something I think we'd all like to see return in the future. And now for this year, there's also been an Enduro series that's added that we're running this evening. And now we have a charitable aspect with PCA Sim Racing finally really coming on board, especially tonight with everything that Operation Motorsport has been able to do, and especially the links within the Carolina region of the PCA and their home base. How satisfying is it to see PCA bring their charity arm, which we know has been traditionally pretty strong in real life, to sim racing too?
Yeah, there's a lot of great causes out there, and the PCA has always stepped up to help support those causes. Some are very close to their heart, and they really take good care of the charities that they link up with. But I think it's doubly exciting for us because you're taking not only a new program, but also finding a way to tie it into something real life, which are these charities that this race will support tonight. So from our perspective, yeah, we couldn't ask for anything better. And this is why Porsche Cars North America and Porsche Worldwide support the clubs, is because they're the ones that go out on behalf of us as a brand and actually get the work done. And yeah, it's exciting to see. So we're glad it's happening.
So as part of our chat with Mark Harston, we'll have the second part of our conversation a little bit later this evening. But for now, we're going to bring in another guest from Operation Motorsport. This time, it's Jason Leitz that now joins us. Jason, welcome to the show. Welcome to the broadcast here on Podium, and a good evening to you.
Good evening. Thanks for having me up here as we come into the last 45 minutes or so of the race.
First and foremost, tell us about your role at Operation Motorsport. What do you do for them, and what does your day-to-day look like with Opmo?
Absolutely. Well, I am a volunteer event coordinator. I'm a jack of all trades, frankly, with Operation Motorsport. I joined Operation Motorsport in 2019 as I was looking at the end of my own military career and wanted to get involved in motorsports, specifically sports car racing. And by happenstance, I was volunteering with a Mission Pilot Series crew at Mid-Ohio, and I see this guy walk in wearing an IMSA shirt and black pants. And I start hearing him talk, and I can tell he's a veteran. He's talking about jumping out of planes. And I've never been shy to go out and meet new people. And I said, that's a guy I need to meet because I want to get into this world. He's a veteran. I need to make that connection. And it just happened to be Diesel, who you talked to earlier tonight. That started off the conversation. I met his wife, Tiffany, at the same event, and then that's when I got exposed to Operation Motorsport. I started hearing about their story and what they do and why they do it. And as a longtime serving military guy myself, I absolutely could relate to everything that they were saying and the value of what this foundation and what this program does and how it helps transitioning service members, kind of, get back on their feet and see that they're still value added.
You've seen a lot of what's taking place in the real life world, but your take on Opmo's embracing of sim racing and its integration into a lot of Opmo's programs.
Well, I'm the race director for our iRacing series. So when we came into 2019 and COVID and everything kind of shutting down, Diesel and I were talking and the rest of the group, and we decided, hey, let's give this a shot. So we put a small little thing together, like 5 or 6 races, trial run, just to see what interest we could generate. And what we saw in the feedback we got, it made it the decision that we need to go ahead and start our own league. So started reaching out across all the social media platforms, iRacing rooms and whatnot, and try to gain more interest. And we had Recaro come on board to help sponsor us. ExxonMobil came on board as well, and then we started getting support from the tracks, with prize packages, and we tried to match up our virtual series to mimic whether it was IMSA or SRO, because that's who we were partnering and dealing with in the real world, and we wanted to use it as an avenue not only to engage our beneficiaries, but also give those series and our other partners an opportunity to help bring additional awareness and exposure to the upcoming races. So I can tell you the value it's had across the series or across our beneficiaries has been tremendous. It gives people an opportunity to kind of try us out from the safety of their home without a whole lot of commitment. And then it's led into other things. And I know you guys had Dustin on a little bit earlier where, we met him, and that was through iRacing. We would not have been able to engage him another way. We would have not found him another way. So working through the USO to try to generate interest, really just try to get more people involved. We're generally open if you have a military background or if you're still serving and you want to come out. Our racing series has 3 different classes. We run a professional, a beneficiary, and an open class. Our professional side are the guys or gals who are actually racing in the real world. We have had IMSA and SRO and racers join us, past and present, or now if you have a very good top I rating, like Chris Walsh, for example. And then our beneficiary class is just that. Our beneficiaries come on board. They do not pay anything for their iRacing membership. If there is content, tracks or cars that they need to run with us, we cover that. They do not come out of pocket for that. And if we can, we also try to even get them sim gear if possible. We have had a couple wheels and pedals donated to us, but that is a hard thing for us to come by. So that is one area where people that are listening out there, if you want to help us in our sim racing world, please connect with me. I'd love to talk to you about opportunities to help bring up sim equipment in for more people that want to participate. And then we have our open class, and those are people who are general supporters of our programs and what we do. They have a military background, or whether it's a family member or they served or are still serving themselves.
So much that you can do to get involved with Opmo in the e-motorsport scene and Operation E-Motorsport. Our good friends at Pit Stop TV, Andrew Cardinale, who I've worked with many a times in the real world, is the man behind operations there, and has said so many good things about Operation E-Motorsport. Hands down, quote unquote, the best league we get to broadcast year in, year out. His words directly. So I think that says a lot about how strong that program is.
He's told me that as well, and I love having Pit Stop TV on board with us for the last couple seasons. I think what makes us one of the better leagues out there is we don't take ourselves too seriously. We keep in mind the reason we're coming together on Tuesday nights to socialize and to grow those friendships and those bonds and increase those bonds that are frankly just built upon one common thing is we all served, or we all have a deep appreciation for family members who have served in the military.
And for people who might want to be interested in joining Operation E-Motorsport, where can they go to find more information and get involved?
Yeah, so they can reach out to me directly if they'd like, jason.leach@operationmotorsport.org, or they can go to our website, operationmotorsport.org, and we have an e-motorsport page. You can find us on Facebook. You can look us up on YouTube, and look at some of our past videos that Pit Stop TV is recorded for us. Absolutely welcome more people to join. We are getting ready to kick off our third season. Right now we're looking around the July-August time frame is when we'll be kicking that off.
Well, Jason, thanks so much for your time this evening, and best of luck with Season 3 of Operation E-Motorsport. We'll be keeping a close eye on that, and I'll go bug Andrew about how those races go.
No, I really appreciate it. And listen, thanks to you guys up here from Podium. Really appreciate everything you guys are doing to help broadcast this excellent race tonight, and also get the word out there as we try to inch a little bit closer to that $17,000 mark. I think we got about 38 minutes left here or whatever. So hopefully people out there just go to pledgeit.org for Operation Motorsport. Let's try to kick this thing up to 17.
Link at the bottom that Jason's referring to. That's Jason Leach from Operation Motorsport, as Michael Polasek will come down pit road, and this should be tires, this should be a driver swap, this should be everything for Polasek and company. And there it is immediately, Leon Van Handel behind the wheel of the machine now. So as they get going, we will turn our attention over to the second half of our interview with Porsche Motorsport North America's Mark Harson. There's a lot of expansion that's taking place on the sim side of things, and in particular with iRacing. We've seen the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup return in the spring. They had a successful season that just wrapped up a month ago, and we're also getting a brand new car. The 911 GT3 is going to arrive in the June build. So I look at all that. I think it's a statement of intent, and I imagine you probably know a little bit more from the NAAG side of things that, this isn't necessarily just, a piece of Porsche's involvement in motorsport. I really feel like this is becoming a cornerstone to the entire approach with Porsche, where it's not just about, getting people to roll around on their computers. I think Porsche is beginning to see this as a legitimate training tool and a legitimate gateway into motorsport in general.
Yeah, absolutely. Not everybody is going to have access to the real world car right out of the gate, and that's okay. But this is actually a pretty good substitute for how does the car perform? How does it drive? You get good, a good dynamics and a good feel for those dynamics through these race sims. So for us, it's about as close as we can get to actually putting somebody in a seat behind the wheel and let them take it out for a spin. So, for us to introduce new cars this way, is really incredible. And I don't know if even 5 years ago we would have thought this was possible, but with the advancements and the gear that goes around sim racing, the advancements in platforms, this really allows us to kind of introduce new cars, to the world before they can actually get their hands on them.
New cars coming into the virtual world and also the real world as well. I know a project that you've been very involved with is the, I think many people would say at long last, edition of the Carrera Cup to the United States. It finally arrives on these shores in 2021 and with a brand new Cup car to boot. How excited has that been for you?
Yeah, that's really cool because in Europe we've had the Carrera Cup going for quite a while. It's very popular over there. The European teams have it really dialed in, and for us, we want to bring that same look and feel over here. And as as a one make series, if you are a Porscheophile and you want to come see the best on the track, this is what you need to come for. And we're pretty excited that it's going to be in combination with some other races, with I believe with IMSA as well. So for us, I think if you're a fan of the brand and the mark, this is going to be a great race for you to come out, because we'll have some great drivers actually coming through these programs. Some have come over from Europe, some have been trained here in North America. So I think you're going to get a wide variety of different driving styles, but you're also going to see, the newest, latest, greatest equipment on the track as well.
How excited should sim racers be when that 911 GT3 Cup car arrives at the beginning of June? And how much fun is that going to be to drive, you think, for the iRacing community?
Well, if it's anything like the real car, they should be very excited. And like I said, this is going to really tie them into, what the road going version would actually feel like. So, if there are racers out there that are, let's say they're, young kids getting into iRacing, maybe wanting to get into an actual vehicle in the future, it's kind of strengthening that tie between sim racing and real life road racing that I think is what makes us so unique. And for a lot of people, they may never get to actually drive that particular car, but no matter who you are, no matter where you live, you'll be able to drive it, and that's something that excites us as a company.
And I think back to the earlier point that we made about Porsche making sim racing a cornerstone of its philosophy and approach, not only here in the United States, but around the world. I sit and I think through the list of cars that are available in the sim, and I think it may just be the GT2 now with the arrival of the GT3. That's the only thing that's missing. And to my knowledge, I think that makes Porsche one of, if not the only manufacturer to have just about its entire road racing lineup, top to bottom, represented, which I think underscores the point, but also is significant to everybody at NA and AG too.
Yeah, well, I think it shows the commitment, from Porsche as a worldwide company to say, hey, look, this is something that we believe in very strongly, and we want to get people tied into it, tied into the brand, tied into the driving dynamics of the vehicles, and so. We don't want to just focus on one car per se. We want to say, hey, look, no matter what your driving style, if you like the older stuff, you like the newer stuff, like we've got it here for you. And, and for us, it's very important. And I think a lot of people, they probably need to take steps, to be quite honest with you. So, if you were to get into an RSR from back in the day, it's going to be tough if that's your first car right out of the gate. So you need to kind of dial it back a little bit. You need to learn on some of the cars that have been around the block a little while, and maybe are a little bit easier to drive and to learn on when you first start out in sim racing.
You head from the Cayman GT4 to the GT3 to the Cup cars, then the RSR, which are all fun to drive. They're different in their own ways, though. It's very cool. So I guess all I can say is any help you can offer in getting the new Cup car, the GT2 on this sim, would be greatly appreciated from all of us in the sim racing community.
I'll make a couple phone calls. How about that?
I like that thought. Mark, thank you so much for taking some time this evening to chat with us. Best of luck to you and everybody at Porsche Motorsport NA, and all that you all are looking forward to working with, especially with your client programs and IMSA this season. We look forward to seeing you in the not too distant future.
All right, James. Thank you, and good luck to everybody in the race this evening. And we want to once again thank the community for helping a worthwhile charity out with this thing. And yeah, we love it. So thank you very much.
There's Porsche Motorsport North America's Mark Harston. A big thanks to Mark for spending his time with us. And again, if you want to see the full interview, head to pcasimracing.org/interviews to see all of the fun that we've had with Susan, with Mark, with all the great people that have been involved with tonight's show. But beginning to work our way down towards the end of things. And Justin Prince, you have a little bit more information on our overall leaders and Group A leaders from Lone Wolf Motorsports.
Yes, indeed. Just speaking with Michael Polisic after he jumped out of the car, he felt the first few stints were really good, but felt like the car was good overall. Had some mistakes in the second stint, but those are the only things he felt went wrong throughout the race. The approach is simple now for that organization. Bring it home and just keep the car on the track and drive safely. That's the focus for Leon and that organization now in that race car from Michael Polisic.
We know how much that matters, Taylor Burris, because we saw them. They were in control of the race at Sebring in our last team racing event back in March and lost the front end of the car, wrecked right on the entry to Sunset Bend on multiple occasions, and it cost them the victory. So this is, I think, now more about making sure you don't throw the win away than anything else.
It certainly is, James, and keeping an eye on timing and scoring right now. A driver who's been on the move since the drop of the car, since this stint right now, is Leif Peterson, the defending Series 5 champion. He is now closed in by about 5.2, 5.3 seconds on Leon van Handel. So keep an eye on the shake and bake as now we see Leif Peterson coming down pit road. So that's going to change things completely as his teammate Matthew Kikas is not too far behind as well. But this is going to be interesting to see who is able to hold on to this. Can Van Handel hold on, or could we see someone else rise to the top?
I do think that could be something that will have happened, to be honest. I mean, we're looking at these guys moving forwards. I'm liking seeing the Shake guys of the Imperial Motorsports cars have managed to basically get themselves together in sequencing. And we're seeing some different drivers coming here, which is changing the dynamic of this race as we see different driving styles.
Very different driving styles indeed. Also of note, the gap between the runner-up at the Robin Imperial Motorsports Shake Machine and the Lone Wolf Machine, 24 seconds. So that's the number we'll need to keep our eyes on. Meanwhile, Jonathan Schum in the car for Zoom Schum. So they will carry on with Jonathan behind the wheel to the finish, seeing some pit stops here. The Bake Machine that we just talked about, and Q Cup Racing have been in control of things in Group B. It's been Q Cup versus We Was Robbed and Belago, that trio in a good fight for Group C. Meanwhile, this is battle for Pui 26, Dante Tornello, and two bad drivers in the mix, trying to fight with Celtic Racing, Rodney Campbell behind the wheel of that machine. A good fight as they come towards Tetra Rouge, Rachel.
Yeah, they are, and it's definitely been very busy back there for those guys in Group C. As we're seeing quite a lot of traffic ahead of them here, and that's going to be a really big factor for them, because even if it's not all on the same lap and for position per se, it's definitely going to affect how the racing goes. It will provide draft to an extent, but it could also cause a blockage in the latter half of the lap here, which it will hurt and hinder if things are caught at the wrong time.
Major piece to make sure that we keep track of as you look at the orange machine working its way through the chicanes or down the Mulsanne Straight and working around and trying to make things happen. As you see, most importantly, that Matrix Motorsports blue machine, third overall. Bill Anderson behind the wheel as Cameron Martineau has stepped aside, but they're at the very front of this train working their way towards the second chicane, Taylor.
They certainly are. It's a nice train of about 5 cars as they work their way towards the second Mulsanne chicane as they hit the braking point here. A slight bit of block up between the two drivers in front of Dante Tornello and Rodney Campbell to avoid making contact with Chip Witt as they exit off of the second Mulsanne, now making the short run towards Mulsanne corner. These 3 cars getting lined up. Of course, these cars are also off 1 lap from your race leader, Leon van Handel. Here's a peek to the inside crossover. Could we see 3 wide heading into Mulsanne. That won't work. We see now Campbell get around Chip Witt and then dive it to the inside. We see Dante Tornello try to make it work but could not pull it off as they come out of Mulsanne to head down this long straightaway to make the run towards Indianapolis. James, these two drivers as well as Chip Witt putting on an astounding show right now.
Not much left to go either, in the ballpark of 20 minutes left. Here, looks like we get the checkered flag somewhere in the ballpark of 10:32 to 10:35 p.m. Eastern time. So nothing much to worry about. Meanwhile, Christian Rava trying to fight and keep Chris Seborowski from Team GP Sim Sport at bay.
Just trying everything he can to keep him in position there, because that's going to be important now in these last moments of the race really coming up. It's about time to focus on where you finish here, so the fight is going to get a lot more intense as guys really do try and keep up behind them. Earlier on, it didn't matter as much. Now, it's all positions, and we're starting to see people lock tyres going into braking zones. We're seeing them really start to push. The fuel has been turned on, and they're going for this thing.
They are indeed. Lynn Wilson going after it in the acute test machine, looking at this battle for P16, Taylor.
Certainly is this battle for P16 between Lynn Wilson as well as Jeff Smith, as they are able to little lockup right there for Lynn Wilson right in front as they head through the first set of Mulsanne chicane, and still gets a little bit loose right there for Lynn. That's going to allow Jeff Smith to close the gap once again and get a good run down the second half of the Mulsanne straight. Decides to think better of it as we see Lynn Wilson take the aggressive approach, trying to weave to break the draft as they head down this straightaway here before they get to the second Mulsanne chicane into the braking zone. As we keep an eye on this battle right here, as they're trying to make up some ground on David Palmer, who sits in 14th, about 4 seconds up the road from them right now, as they come out of the second set of the Mulsanne chicane to head towards the Mulsanne corner. Though, James, these two are putting on a great show.
Fantastic show between Lynn Wilson and Jeff Smith. This is arguably the best battle on track outside of the one between Rodney Campbell and Dante Tornello that we just showed you a moment ago. But this outright is the closest battle on track. So we'll stick with this for a bit, Rachel, and maybe see if we can learn a thing or two from Jeff Smith and how he's approaching the circuit.
I think there is stuff we can learn from Smith and Wilson there, looking at these guys attacking the track. Now, is it two-pronged fight here? You're seeing the defense by Wilson and Smith here, the attacker. And you have to really look at this as a two-person dance. This is like the tango. You know, one person leads, one person follows, and that would be Wilson at the front as we have a car trying to split behind them there. It's about making sure you could find the right timing and the right positioning. The defender, they're leading, they make the move, and the follower, in this case Smith, will have to match that move. Now, whatever it is they do is going to depend on their exact positioning, but your ability to pass as Smith will be entirely based on what Wilson does. So they have to basically put themselves in the right locations here, and it's not a one-lap pass. This is not, you know, an easy start of the race, short sprint race sort of pass. So it's about power, it's about performance and ability. This is a strategic game. It's seeing where they're weak, seeing where you are faster, planning that, and we have an off here for Leon Van Handel. Is this echoes of Sebring, Taylor?
Could be a possibility. He overshoots the corner heading into Mulsanne. A tough undertaking right there. Of course, even some of the biggest names in all of motorsports have gone off and hit the sand traps here at the Mulsanne corner. Of course, if you remember back in the early days of the Mulsanne corner, that corner was a big old sand barrier to prevent cars, and sometimes even drivers had to get out of their cars to dig themselves out of it before continuing. So very interesting, and of course not as treacherous as it was back then. He was able to continue to drive on, as they see here, as we're on board, I believe, with, let's see, who are we on board with as we take a look here as they head into Indianapolis. It's Ken Tubman from, of course, the Texas region, as we keep an eye, actually the Maverick region, as he works his way down towards Indianapolis.
Keep an eye on Tubman here, see if we can work his way through Indy and see what we can get. A little bit of lockup there. I think that might be, I forget which car that is ahead, but we see one car there struggling for speed, for pace. One of the pigs in trouble.
Yeah, that will happen at this point. I think a lot of guys are getting a little tired. They're getting a little bit slow on their reactions to some things. The cars aren't behaving quite as nicely. They're getting lower on fuel now as we come into the last 15 minutes or so. The tyres are definitely holding on here. Those who've double stinted starting to handle like a bit of a pig.
Oh, really? Really, Rachel? Really? We're going there now?
Too. No regrets.
No regrets or regrets?
No regrets.
Okay. All right.
I'm now stressing out James Pike. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome.
It's not a stress. It's more of eye roll emoji is what I need, to be fair. So that's at least where my brain is. But even with that off, you still got a gap of about 30 seconds for Lone Wolf Motorsports. So let's we'll figure this out.
Yeah, we certainly will, and that's going to be huge for them. Lone Wolf are doing well, but it's more what concerns me here is that will this get into Leon Van Handel's head? Is he having flashbacks to Sunset Bend? Has he had that often? Is he now being a little bit extra cautious at certain places? That could really impact his lead here, which isn't insurmountable should he have an issue.
Not totally insurmountable, yeah. So that's the thing. If you're Von Handel, you can give up some time here and be okay. Question is whether or not he is going to try and back it down that much, or if he's just going to continue to go. It looks to be it's been about 90%, I think, for most of this run. Maybe not completely full tilt, but he's certainly not been cruising around here.
No, he certainly has not, and it's going to be amazing to see what he can accomplish as there's smoke up ahead. I think one car was winning off right there in front as we continue on here as they head through our Nage. A great battle between these two drivers as they work their way down towards the Porsche curves, but as we get into the closing stages, James, it's going to be interesting to see who will come out on top with the better performances and the better runs, because even though we have fresh drivers, it is still tiring for a driver to continue to try to keep this focus on this long 8.4 mile circuit. I mean, it's got areas where you can take a break if you're not in a group of cars, but if you're in a pack of cars and still trying to run lap after lap, it can be very exhausting, and it has to be careful.
Exhausting, especially at this point in the race. If you're any of these team managers, you've been running for 2.5 hours, you're trying to work your way through the final few minutes here and just make sure that you bring this home, but it can be so easy because you've been so worn out to make these mistakes and have these issues and have these little teeny slip-ups that can throw you off at the end but be so significant in the big picture of things.
That's exactly it, and it's a psychological game at this point. It's not just about how fast you can go in your race car, it's about how fast you can go in your mind.
And whether or not your mind and your race car are moving at the same speed, because the disconnect there can also lead to issues and also lead to problems, Rachel.
No, absolutely right, and it's that endurance thing that really makes it so different from any other kind of racing, is that you've got to put your head into that game, you've got to put your head into that mentality, and plus, these guys are going to feel like they've been racing longer because it's gone night to day during this race. They will feel like they've been at this for much longer than they actually have. So that's going to play psychological tricks with them. It will play a trick with their mind because they're going into darkness and it's coming up again in the morning, and they'll feel artificially tired, actually. It's something I've experienced myself in video games with shorter day to night cycles where you're existing through something, playing through that time period. And it's not a shorter time period, it's talking an hour and a half to 2-3 hours. It does actually trick your mind into getting very tired, and you do slow down no matter how awake you are.
And struggle. It's almost like I think of oval restarts where you can actually wear out the tires more by going from pace speed to racing speed and then back and then forth and then back and then forth. That can wear you down even more than just a constant run. Same thing here, that switching from day to night, even if it is a shorter cycle like we have tonight, can wear out folks more so than usual. But we're going to bring in one more guest over the course of our broadcast. We've got Lynn Friedman from the Porsche Club of America, and Lynn is with Taylor Burris.
Here with Lynn Friedman. Well, hello, Lynn. How are you?
I'm good, Taylor. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Well, of course, for those of you who are listening, Lynn Friedman is a PCA member, but also a UPMA volunteer. And Lynn, we want to ask a little bit about your background and story of how you got involved with Operation Motorsports.
Well, I first got involved with Operation Motorsports actually through PCA. For PCA, I'm a Porsche Plots and Car Corral chair. And we put our hospitality tents and corrals at IMSA races. And it was meeting some of our beneficiaries that are now our beneficiaries for Operation Motorsport there. And I also met with our founder and CEO, Diesel and Tiffany Lauder, at the IMSA races. And so we all worked together at those events, and the connection just clicked, and it's been happily ever after.
It certainly has. And your thoughts on today's event, as well as how the world of esports kind of helps bring everyone together, even at a time where all of us can't get together, especially from last year with 2020 COVID pandemic, and of course with this year with things still going on.
Absolutely. 2020 was a tough year for all of us. And the e-racing aspect of Operation Motorsport seemed to be a real bridge for many of us, because we could not connect personally, face to face, or at the track. So it was really nice to have that interaction going on. And for those of us, myself included, who are yet not sim racing, it was still great to watch the races, see our guys and gals on the track doing our e-racing, and see how that connection is really intriguing. How, for example, we've spoken earlier with Dustin Burkhalter, how he found about Operation Motorsport through e-racing. And to that point, I was happy to serve as an event coordinator at COTA recently for our SRO races. And it's where I got to meet Dustin Burkhalter in person when he did his first live stint with us with Skip Barber Racing. So it was really nice to see those connections, and e-racing has really helped been a bridge for that.
We need to get you behind the wheel of a sim rig here pretty soon then, Lynn. But before we let you go, tell us how people can be a part and volunteering with Operation Motorsports.
Absolutely. We have, first of all, our website is www.operationmotorsport.org. My email is lynn.friedman@operationmotorsport.org. And certainly any folks within PCA who are interested can find me through PCA. And we're also on Facebook and Twitter. And we really, we love volunteers, and in so much as this event, I have to do a special shout out for all the volunteers in Carolinas region PCA who have really stepped to the plate to help this event happen. It's just been amazing to see this. And I have to tell you, I'm looking right now, we're at 16,889. And this is just irritating me. And if you'll let me go, I'll make that 17,000 mark happen. How would that be?
Oh, that sounds perfect. Lynn, thank you so much for joining us here. That is Lynn Friedman, a PCA sim race or PCA member, as well as Operation Motorsport volunteer. Thank you so much, and we hopefully look forward to seeing you again at future events.
Absolutely. Look for us at VIR next weekend.
All right, looking forward to it. James?
Thank you.
Lynn Friedman from the Porsche Club of America, and now all of a sudden we are closing in to the last 15 minutes of action here at this PCA Sim Racing Team Racing event presented by Haggerty and benefiting Operation Motorsport, where we have nearly raised $17,000 raised. So it's been an incredible last few weeks of fundraising for a great cause that's going to get a lot of folks engaged in motorsport.
Absolutely is. And, just the benefit this does give to people who have served in the military, who are wounded, visibly or not visibly, and just the exposure that can give to them to make them feel part of a team, to feel whole, to feel powerful, to feel in control, whether it's at a real racetrack, whether it's at a sim racetrack. And this is one thing I don't think a lot of people touch on, is that for those veterans who are unable to get behind the wheel of a real race car because of what they've given for their countries, e-racing with Operation Motorsport can be that bridge for them, where they can be an equal again. They can beat people again, and they are able to feel powerful, and that's really important. they feel worthwhile. That is huge. So if you've not done it yet, go ahead and pledge, and we are going to hopefully see us cross that $17,000 mark in just a few moments' time. Very much thank you to Lynn there. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back with you.
Hagerty is the world's largest provider of specialty insurance for enthusiast vehicles and supports keeping car culture alive through youth programs, the Historic Vehicle Association, the RPM Foundation, and more. Hagerty is home to key programs such as the Hagerty Drivers Club, Hagerty Drive Share, Hagerty Valuation Tools, the Hagerty Drivers Club magazine, and much, much more. For more information, visit their website at hagerty.com. PCA Sim Racing is proud to have Hagerty Motorsports as its 2021 title sponsor.
Welcome back after that wonderful commercial break. We're now getting ready to take you on a quick little lap guide here around Circuit de la Sarthe, and we're going to go on board with Christian Rava, the Jitster Racing Porsche, as they are working down now the second half of the Mulsanne Straight. Going to pass one of the lap cars that is just right there to the outside of him as he passes to the inside. Setting up into the second set of the Mulsanne chicane, you want to hit the braking zone right around that 100 mark to set it up. You got to be careful, make sure not to hit the curbing too much, otherwise you could easily loop it around. Coming out of that second chicane, we're going to now make the run towards the famous Mulsanne corner, where cars back in the early days, before the early 1990s, cars would head down from 240 plus miles an hour to having to brake it down all the way to about 50 miles an hour in order to make this corner. You want to brake right as soon as you get to that cone right there before you make to that kink. Hit the braking part right there as you get to propel off the corner. Now down this second long straightaway here. This is probably the longest straightaway outside of Mulsanne when you're coming down to head towards Indianapolis. A good opportunity to take a break, try to see if you can get a slipstream from your competitors if you're close enough, as you see right in front of him. As we now set up for the next corner right here, you want to brake around the 100 mark as well here. Start to set up, but you can carry a little bit more speed, but then it's hard into the binders to set up for Indianapolis. Be careful not to go too wide. You could send it into the gravel trap. Now we head to the slowest corner on the track, Arnage, as he sees right there, right up on the bumper, too close for comfort. Want to hit the apex. As we see these two are battling for the position. This is, of course, for the 29th spot. Now as we head down this straightaway here, the Corvette du Buisson setting up for the famous Porsche curves. As we get set, he's going to take a look to the inside to see if he can have that inside lane advantage. You want to brake around the 200 mark to get things going. He's going to let him by. Hit the mark there through Porsche as they set up for the karting. It says to karting, and then of course through Corvette. As they work their way through, you have to be careful through this next set of corners right here. You want to hug that curbing as tight as you can, but be careful when coming off corner exit right here. You can easily get a off-track time penalty, so have to make sure you do not go too wide. Setting up now for the forward chicanes, you have to make sure you get a good run here, but be careful as you try to set it up. As we see, actually, Christian Rava is going to take a pit stop here. So let's go a little further up to the car that is just right in front of him. That was just in front, as we'll continue on with the lap guide with Paul Nato from Measure Racing as we come across the start-finish line to start another lap here. We're going to head up to the Dunlop curves here. As we continue on through here, you want to set up, you're going to go uphill, off camber a little bit. Have to be careful because it can be a little blind if a car goes off here. Setting up as you head underneath the Dunlop Bridge. And then next thing you know, it's down the hill you go to set up for this section. Be careful with how you go into this next set of corners right here. Car gets a little bit through banking off camber, but is able to hold tightly as we set up for Tetra Rouge. This corner is another area where cars can easily get the off-track time penalty. In fact, we saw Cameron Martineau have to suffer a time penalty because going too far. Now it's once again back on the Mulsanne Straight to set it up and continue to hit speeds of over 175 to 180 miles an hour before you have to hit the brakes once again to set up for the first set of the Mulsanne chicane.
Great lap guide there from Taylor Burris as Let's not forget, folks, we need to thank the sponsors that cover the PCA Sim Racing Series and all their various classes. Of course, let's not forget Haggerty, who presents PCA Sim Racing. But we also want to thank Z1 Dashboard, who are the Challenge class sponsor. Don't forget to check out their Z1 Dashboard, of course. It is fantastic, just updated this year. Of course, Pirelli, for your sport class sponsor, a fantastic company. They're producing OEM tyres to Porsche and your car. And don't forget Michelin, the club class sponsor. Michelin, they make tyres for basically everything, even my mountain bike. And Porsche, your pro class sponsor. And we all love Porsches, don't we? So thank you, of course, to Haggerty, Z1 Dashboard, Pirelli, Michelin, and Porsche, who all help make this happen.
We're closing in.
Yeah, we're almost there, Taylor Burris. 8 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. We're running along with the Mardini brother, Adnan. This is the Scuderia Mardini. I don't know if we've ever had a Rosso red Porsche. Does that work, Taylor? Are we allowed to do that?
Well, I mean, if me and Rachel can deal with a white Ferrari all season long in another championship, I think we can deal with a red Porsche.
You think?
We have to. I mean, it is Porsche, but if you think about it, there is a couple of good paint schemes that have that red on a Porsche. Of course, he's missing some white stripes, but if you remember the red and white Porsches from the 1970s, as well as the 919 Porsche back in the 2010s in the LMP1 era.
Way back in the LMP1 era. This is WWZ Red. You're looking at Chip Witt running in 26th and just trying to run down Ken Tubman from the 25th spot. It's about a 7-second gap here for these two, Rachel.
Yes, it absolutely is, and that gap is starting to come down here, as it has definitely been an interesting one with how this is played out. But wow, no shades of Sebring for Leon van Handel. He had that little scare for us, which definitely got us a little bit nervous, but he's keeping it going right now as we're looking back a little bit further here towards some of the other guys on track. Sorry for a little delay with me commenting there. I was also throwing my donation in the ring, of course, for Operation Motorsport. Got to make sure we support this great cause and the veterans they help. Hugely important for those guys, so go ahead. You can see the pledge it link on the screen. Go right over there, make a donation. Doesn't have to be a lot, but it all helps as we are coming into those final moments here. 6 minutes 30 on the clock. We're there. We're so close.
Very, very close. Sun back out here. It's already 3 in the afternoon once again. The in-sim time is now Monday, May 31st, 2021. And of note, I think, is that we are largely settled in our class battles as well. In Group A, you've got Lomo Motorsport still in control of this. It's a 40-second lead now for Leon van Handel over Bill Anderson, and he has outrun Bill on pace the last few laps. In Group B, it's We Was Robbed about 10 seconds ahead of Q-Cup Racing. That's the closest battle that we have on track, so that's not necessarily over. But if We Was Robbed can make it to the end, they should be in good shape. And then the largest lead of our 3 classes belongs to our leaders of Group C, Mach 2 Motorsports, in good shape there. They're ahead of Point Break Esports, who are second in class. The gap between those two, somewhere in the ballpark of about 50 seconds. So, solid work there. You've also got our 2 Operation Motorsports teams who are running in their own individual class tonight, Class G, the guest and experimental class. So the Opmo drivers running on their own, but officially running in 12th and 21st overall are the Opmo drivers. So a strong run for the Opmo folks. And again, many thanks to everybody at Operation Motorsport for everything that they have done this evening to get this set up to the way that they need to. I think they have to be very, very excited to see how this has panned out.
You know, James, with how we keep an eye on this battle right here for the 8th position overall, we see Trey Drawhorn, the TDRA Racing, back underway, getting around John Montgomery for the Boogaloo Racing Porsche as they head down into the first set of the Bolson chicanes. But it's going to be interesting to think about something with how the world of Porsche is continuing to evolve. You know, not too long ago, we just recently heard about their LMDH program coming, and how they announced that Roger Penske will be the spearhead of competition director when it comes to that team and manufacturer. Seeing both of them, seeing that manufacturer as well as team owner back here at Le Mans will be something to see, and I think will go down in history for decades to come once that program gets up and running.
Working our way that
It's definitely getting to an exciting part of the race here as we're coming into these final moments now. The clock is running down for us, and it is not long left to go. 3 minutes 50, we're looking at almost a lap. This will be, I think, our white flag lap. No, it could actually be our end. No, this will be white flag. Sorry, we've crossed 17,000 as well. $17,064, I should say. Actually, maths is my strong suit. But what a great total there. Keep giving, guys. This will be open, of course, long after the race is finished. So please go ahead and make some pledges. You've definitely got time to do that. And you can help support a huge, huge cause here. But we're coming into what I think will be our white flag lap here for your leaders in the Lone Wolf Motorsport 747 car. Matrix are 40 seconds back in the Matrix Blue entry. Then it's Imperial Motorsports Bake and Shake. They're the wrong way around, but I don't think either of them care. They're coming home in third and fourth if they can complete the rest of the race we have here. But it is still a very intense run here for our guys. Looking through the field, we've still got some good action on the track. That's P4 there. You're looking, of course, at Matthew Kugis from the Shake car, the 77 machine. They're running around some black traffic here, so it's not for position per se, but there's still a lot that can go wrong with that. You don't want to get on the wrong side of it. Got a car, TGR Racing having to take the cut through on the chicane for the first Mulsanne. That's going to cost them heavily. Although I think that was the second Mulsanne chicane, it might have been. So yes, unfortunate for him there. He's going to lose big time there on that section of the racetrack. So much of our field are very much still running tonight. This is an incredible part of this. In fact, I think only one car is no longer running. No, two cars currently not on track. That's it. Out of a field of 41. That is insane, Taylor, in terms of consistency.
It certainly is. The only two cars I believe that are not on track is the 777 of Angry Turtles Racing and the 36 of the Rad Porsche team, who are going to come home in 40th and 41st. So a great drive, and it's amazing to see, even though that some drivers had faced adversities throughout this entire race, they decided to keep going, keep pressuring themselves to keep pressing forward in this 3-hour endurance race, because it's for a great cause. It's for an opportunity to say thank you to all of those who are involved with Operation Motorsport, as well as to our veterans, as well as to make sure that they put on a good show for all of you who are fans of Porsche. That is what it is, and I think everyone here on this track deserves a big round of applause.
very, very big moments here as we get an eye at the Lone Wolf Motorsport 747. Incidentally, Rachel, for everything that Michael Polisek has been able to accomplish in PCA sim racing, an endurance victory of this stature is the one thing not on his resume, and that could change if he and Leon Van Handel can wiggle around one more lap. White flag for Van Handel at the last lap of this PCA Sim Racing Team Racing Series event presented by Haggerty, benefiting Operation Motorsport.
Yeah, what an amazing cause, of course, for that, as we do see our leader here heading on to his final lap here. This is it. Our last lap for Lone Wolf Motorsports. Last time under the Dunlap Arch there for them as they head down towards Tete Rouge and on to the Mulsanne for that final time. Taylor, it's been a stomping performance by that car and that team. The pair of those drivers have done an amazing job.
It certainly has, Rachel. This team has showcased amazing talent all season long, and they know a thing or two about getting around here. I mean, Michael Polisek, a former champion, Leon Van Handel, he knows how to get around this circuit as well as in a Porsche quite handily when it comes to PCA competition. I'm excited for them. They have definitely been the class of the field.
Absolutely have, and yeah, we're working our way down the Mulsanne here for your leaders as we come through the chicane. And honestly, James, this has been an awesome night of motorsports for everybody and awesome fundraising.
it is about the fundraising more than anything else, about the fact that we have raised $17,000 for Operation Motorsport and can continue to raise more if you head to the link at the bottom of the screen, pledgeit.org/for/Operation-Motorsport to add to that total. But this race has never really slipped out of the control of Lone Wolf Motorsports. Yes, they've been cycled out of the lead as pit stops have changed things, but over the course of 3 hours, we've seen the gap that they've been able to put on the rest of the field, and this is just yet again strength to strength to strength that it seems like Lone Wolf Motorsports is rolling through. And now just half a lap here, the finishing run down the Mulsanne straight to the Mulsanne corner, then the run to Indianapolis and Orange, the Porsche curves, the Ford chicane, and it's just about it for Leon Van Handel, isn't it?
Really is, and he's held it together. And this is, I think, probably the best way to put it is this is definitely got to be the icing on the cake for them. This is the comeback story after Sebring. That they're going to bring this car home, and of course we can still curse this. I'm going to try and be quiet because, oh no, if they've been it, they're going to curse me all the way.
We'll see whether or not that's an issue. But of note, it's still we was robbed ahead of Q Cup, but it's still Mach 2 over Point Break. We'll watch for our Group B and C class winners as they come across the lines as well. But clean run through Arnage for Leon Van Handel. Just not too much longer now. One more decently long straight, and then the Porsche curves.
Certainly is right now, James, as they work their way towards the Porsche curves for the final time. Leon Van Handel hitting his marks as he hits the brakes through that fabulous Porsche sign right there in the grass and makes his way through under the Michelin bridge for the final time. Of course, if this was the actual Le Mans, he would see the officials, the corner workers waving the flags, a time for celebration and excitement here as he comes out of the final few set of corners.
All about Lone Wolf Motorsports out of the Porsche curves, through the Ford chicane, past the entry to pit road. It's just the two more chicanes that he has now. Over the bumps once, over the bumps twice. Leon Van Handel and Michael Polishek will take Lone Wolf Motorsports to victory at Le Mans. They win the third event of the PCA Sim Racing Team Racing Series for 2021, presented by Haggerty Insurance. We now turn our attention to the folks at We Was Robbed Racing as they begin to make their run towards the start-finish line. This will be your Group B winner if they can hang on, Taylor.
Certainly is the case right now as they are heading over towards Indianapolis here. As they work their way through, they're the fifth place car overall, so a strong performance even overall for the Group B drivers of Ed Eisenring, along with the rest of the field, as he is bringing it home in one piece. They had an exciting battle in the early stages, but are able to come out on top. A couple of cars behind him, but it's smooth sailings for the driver.
Smooth sailings indeed, Rachel. Nothing much to worry about here. They can make it through the Porsche curves. Give it to Ed Eisenring and Robert Rattray, who have been very consistent and on their game, running ahead a lot of the Group A drivers as well. This has been an impressive performance from them.
Oh, incredibly good from those guys. What a fantastic run. And they've definitely shown that they have amazing strength on this racetrack and in this car. And I think this is something we can take to the regular season of PCA, of course, in that these guys have really shown some potential in these cars that we haven't seen otherwise. And I think we could see some different racing when it comes to next week's round on Wednesday, of course.
One more run through the chicanes to finish this show off. It's Ed Eisenring bringing it home. Eisenring and Robert Rattray, winners in Class B, Group B. They get the class victory, and now our attention turns to all the folks at Mach 2 Motorsports, where it's Mark Harris trying to bring that car home for the Group C win.
Yeah, he's coming underneath the Toyota bridge right now, heading over towards Indianapolis. So this is going to be a strong run for Marco Harris, as he is able to hold on. They got John Montgomery behind him, who will go overshoot and head. Actually, a little bit of rally racing. Of course, Porsches were known for that back in the early days, but he's able to keep it on track. That was actually for position right behind him. That's the Team Mullet Motorsports car that was behind him. But he's able to keep on going out of Arnage and make his way towards the Porsche chicanes. Or Porsche curves.
It almost got tight there for Mark Harris, but that little incident over in Indianapolis is going to save them. And now nothing much to worry for Harris. Again, his trip through the Porsche curves to finish this race off.
Yeah, super close now to that very end point as we get ready for these guys to complete it. As Lone Wolf are coming around to go do some celebrations as the rest of our field starting to come through now to complete this race. And amazing driving by all of these cars. There's a bunch come out, including one of the Porkies coming out of your Ford chicane there. Huth Brothers Racing coming across the line as well.
There was almost a moment there for Mach 2. They just about slid it off the way in the Ford chicane, but they keep it together, and it is Mark Harris, Andrew Smiley, Mach 2 Motorsports winning Group C tonight in the PCA Sim Racing Team Racing Series event at Circuit de la Sarthe in iRacing, benefiting Operation Motorsport. We'll take a look at the last few drivers on the lead lap and the last ones to come across the line. It's Balago Racing, Team Mullet Motorsports, and the Shinisland Dream Team to finish off the race this evening. It's Andrew Hillman behind the wheel of this car. He'll be the last one to cross the line to finish this race off. He comes around. It wraps up our proceedings there as he will finish last car on the lead lap, but it gives us the opportunity to go through the full field rundown and tell you where your favorite driver finished this evening. Lone Wolf Motorsports overall winners and Group A winners ahead of Matrix Motorsports Blue, who go first and second in consecutive races. Strong points for them. Imperial Motorsports Bake and Shake complete third and fourth. They finish next to each other, and Bake gets a podium out of it. We Was Robbed, your class winners in Group B, just ahead of the class runners-up. Q Cup Racing, fifth and sixth overall. Seventh went to Zoom Shum. TDRA Racing was eighth. Youth Brothers Racing was ninth, and Taylor 10th went to our Group C winner, Mach 2 Motorsports.
Bigelow Racing will come home 11th, followed by Team Mullet Motorsport will coming home in 12th. Sconesland Dream Team will come home 13th, followed by Akep Vitesse in 14th. Point Break Esports will come home 15th, followed by NME Racing in 16th. ARPCA Daves coming home in 17th, followed by the Gen Pop Racing in 18th. Matrix Motorsports Green comes home 19th, rounding out your top 20, TGR Racing.
21st tonight is Scuderia Mardini, with 22nd being Team Moose Motorsports or OPMO Canada team. 23rd Celtic Racing with 24th Vicky's Minions. 25th Two Bad Drivers. 26th is WWZ Red. 27th Measure Racing. 28th Hammered Unicorns, great team name. 29th Matrix Motorsports Red, with 30th Team GP Simsport.
Jakesa Racing was 31st. 32nd went to Zone Group 4 Ohio. And Other Motorsports was 33rd. And Autometrics Motorsports 34th this evening. 35th went to UCR Chinatown Motorsport. EFI Motorsports was 36th. Pegasus Racing finished in the 37th position. 38th went to Los Muchachos Motorsports. House Cat Racing. Angry Turtle Racing completing your top 40 with Rad Porsche finishing in 41st. Time to bring in our race winners and get the opportunity to chat first with the man who brought the Lone Wolf Motorsports machine home at the end of all of this, Leon van Handel. Bit of a nerve-wracking run at the end. There were a few moments there, but it looks like you all managed to improve the consistency, especially over that last stint. It cost you in Sebring, but you find the consistency tonight to get the win in the biggest team racing event of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't want to have another Sebring here, so yeah, I was definitely had some moments of flashback when Mike gave me a comfortable lead, but yeah, managed to kind of settle in the pace and then bring it home. So yeah, that was fun.
How big is it for you all, and what sort of mental boost does this give you now that you've conquered those demons? Because I think so much of your stint in this race in particular was about just getting over the hump. So now that you're there, do you have a sense of where your mindset is?
Yeah. I mean, so this was good. It was definitely overcoming that. It was always in the back, and I think it evens out the championship again too. So we're in a series, I think 6 endurance races. So this was third. So we're tied for the lead again. So I'm looking forward ahead, and hopefully we can end up be here at the end of the season as well.
To be able to win on a night like this with a cause like this, and to be part of the group raising over $17,000 for Operation Motorsport as part of this race, can you put into words what that means to you?
Yeah, I mean, that's just amazing. I think this the whole the Porsche community, right, coming together and making this happen and making this statement for the bigger cause. It's it's great. So I'm actually from the Netherlands originally, so I'm Dutch as well. But so we were definitely on the receiving end of all the sacrifices being made by countries like the USA and Canada. So I'm honest to be part of this.
Leon, plenty of work that you did, but we'd be remiss not to bring in your teammate as well, now joined also by Michael Polisek. And Michael, was there any concern in your world with the way the pit stops were cycling at the beginning of this race, where you were leading and then you fell out of it because of the tires, and you came in and your tire strategy was a little bit different than your competitors and the folks racing around you? Any worries? Were you still just running your own race?
Both. I was a bit worried that the strat was not going to work out. We really underestimated the tire wear that the track was going to take because of so many cars racing on the track. It rubbered in really quickly, so the tire wear was significantly lessened. We could have probably doubled the first stint, and then we would have been good with only one tire change, but I'm glad that we just had the pace in order to mitigate the potential mistake that taking an extra set of tires might have cost us.
We mentioned it right before you all crossed the start-finish line. You won a lot in PCA sim racing, but no team racing victories like this. So to be able to do it with a teammate like Leon and to have that feather checked off of your bucket list, pretty significant in your world, I would think, no?
Oh yeah, this race I really wanted to win for a while, so I put in hours upon hours upon hours of setup work and practice, as well as getting our strategy together. We actually ran the test race the full 3 hours and worked out our strategy there. Unfortunately, that was on a greener track, so our strat tended to work out a lot better there than in a more rubbered-in track. But eventually we got the car from the point where it was just completely evil to drive to the point where it actually handled really nicely, and it was really good to drive throughout the entire 3 hours.
And same question to close too that we offered to Leon, to be able to win on a night like this where over $17,000 has been raised for Operation Motorsport, and to do it on such a significant weekend in the United States. What does it mean to you to be victorious in those circumstances?
It's a real honor to participate in such an event for such a great charity that's helping out so many great people. I'm really happy that we were able to raise over $17,000 for this amazing charity, and thank you to everybody who made it possible. It's been a really fun event. It's been a difficult race, but this was a huge amount of fun to participate in. It's going to a great cause.
Almost 500 of those dollars to your team. Worth noting there too, one of the largest donators in tonight's race. But Leon, Michael, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on your class victory, your overall victory. Enjoy the weekend and go celebrate your winners at Le Mans.
Thank you. Same to you, and thanks for everything you did.
There's Michael Polisek, Leon van Handel, winners in Group A tonight, and your overall winners as well. We turn our attention to the runner-up team. It's Cameron Martineau and Bill Anderson, who are with Rachel Whiteford.
Certainly am. Thank you very much for joining me, guys. What a phenomenal race you guys had tonight. Incredible performance on the track, of course, and you brought the car home exactly as well as you could. A great result either way.
Yeah, thanks, Rachel. I mean, personally for me, I had a bit of a messy first stint there, which, I think all things considered of where we started, I think we made the most of the situation that we were given. And I mean, honestly, the result is pretty mute. I think it's just great, what PCA has done, and made this event, and all the money that they raised. I mean, I think that's really what we should be focusing on here. So
it certainly is. Of course, you guys looking at the pledge site raised about $618, so a great result for you guys to bring a big amount of money to the Operation Motorsports course, so congratulations to you guys there. And of course, helping to complete every single lap definitely helped that, because that meant more money for the pledges.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we knew pretty early on that I just got to say, Mike drove a hell of a race. Mike and Leon, it's just so much fun to race with those guys, and they just had Mike just had a mega second stint. It was awesome to watch, and then to have Billy Smith and Leaf chasing us. I mean, two of the best drivers we have in the league, and to just find our way on those podiums, it's outrageous. But like my teammate Cameron said, the Carolinas region, they have stepped up the bar so hard on what is possible. Not only having a fun race here, but the ability to fundraise and do the right thing for a great organization, Operation Motorsport. We're lucky to be on a big team, Matrix Motorsport. We had a lot of guys, so aggregately our team, did a great job raising funds. And man, I can't look. We were talking about it right before we got in here. We are so looking forward to the next 3 races. These teams are all so close. These drivers are all so good, and it's really fun.
Yeah, looking at this, your sister teams raised about another $400 plus $100 plus another $200, so about $1,200 total with some quick bar mat math there for you guys. So fantastic for Matrix. Anybody you guys would like to give a shout out to or thank?
Yeah, I mean, all the guys at Matrix, our friends and family. I can't say enough about the guys that I race with, and the Orion race team. They're great, and they support me. And I definitely would just say that all the guys at PCA and that put on a great show and put on a great events every single time, and you guys for putting us out there for the world to see.
Well, fantastic, guys. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on second place tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was the guys from Matrix Motorsports Blue. We had, of course, Cameron Martineau and Bill Anderson.
Turning our attention now to the third place team overall. It's the bake part of Imperial Motorsports. We've got a pair of accomplished drivers in here. Lee Peterson coming in with Billy Smith and company, and we'll chat now. We'll have Taylor Burris chat with Leaf and company and everyone from Imperial Motorsports.
Joined by 2 former champions of the PCA, Billy Smith, Leaf Peterson. Gentlemen, you put on a great performance coming home on 3rd position here, but how were the difficulties and challenges of this track that make Le Mans so unique compared to other circuits?
Yeah, so this car is really tough with low downforce. So our brake points are very different than any other track. We had to tiptoe around a lot of corners, especially the Porsche curves. I don't think we had enough wing in there, and so it was a bit sketchy at times. But yeah, pretty fun race.
Billy, your thoughts on how your stint went for you during the race?
It was really just about, trying to survive a little bit. I don't have a lot of experience in this car, and kind of come in here at the last moment, kind of as a relief driver there. I guess Leaf can explain that if you would like. So kind of come in last second. It was just, have us in a solid place for when Leaf to take over.
Well, gentlemen, before we let you go, anyone you would like to say thank you to?
Yeah, I'd like to thank the PCA region, Podium Esports, say hi to the Maverick region, my girl Renata, and all the folks that put this race on. Operation Motorsports is awesome. Really proud to be a part of it.
Yeah, I just want to echo that, and this is super awesome. The money raised and everything. I know I heard a bunch of people talking about all the effort and stuff that's put in, and how proud everyone is of this effort, and that they definitely should be. So it's just awesome to be a part of it, and thank everyone for putting it on.
Of course, that is the Imperial Motorsports baked team of Leek Peterson and Billy Smith coming home third place in the Pro class. So here we now turn it back over to James.
Our overall top 3 finishers, we now turn to the group that brought in the most money for Operation Motorsport. We said we'd recognize them at the end of the broadcast, and we will indeed, finishing 17th overall. Dave Craig, Dave Palmer, 2 Pennsylvania drivers coming in, and they brought in over $2,200 for Operation Motorsport. I've got to ask the question to both of the Daves here. Where did all that money come from, and how did you manage to put together such a large donation for OPMO?
It was we got a lot of support from our the Allegheny region of the Porsche Club, which of course that's our team name is ARPCA, and also our Dave's employer as well threw in a lot of money. So and also our dealership, our local dealership, Swickley Porsche, was instrumental in raising money as well. So we really got a lot of local support. It was great for a great cause.
Tremendous amount there, and I have to believe that competing in this race was fun, but I've got to believe that this was so significant for you all to be able to run and represent so many of the folks in OPMO so well, and to be able to do this on a night like this, on a weekend like this. What does that mean to you two?
Yeah, it's fantastic. I really want to shout out KCF Technologies for supporting us, and Sanders Pace Architecture, and also a lot of individual donors. So, you know, the way this was set up, we know some of the people that donated, but there were also a lot of anonymous people that threw in money. So we really appreciate that. Whoever you are, thank you. And yeah, it was a lot of work preparing for the race, you know, figuring out our strategy ahead of time, and figuring out just sort of playing out how the race was going to work out, and it basically went exactly to plan. And we felt really a lot of pressure, I think, because you know, those donations are not guaranteed. Those are pledged per lap that we complete. So we were really focused on driving clean, making sure we made as many laps as possible with no incidents. And I'm really happy that we made it through the race with 0 incidents, right on pace. Everything went to plan, and you know, we stayed out of everybody else's way as well. So great evening, and really nice to support something like this on Memorial Day. It feels special.
I also have to ask the fun question, just a little bit of basic math here, that if we've got an Allegheny region driver and a car is black and yellow, I assume that inspiration for the color combo is what I think it is?
Dave, that's your question.
Yeah, it works out because, well, so I basically took the car. I usually drive a red car. I don't know, just like red. And then when I drive as an individual, and then when Dave and I teamed up, you know, he's a Pittsburgh guy, and so I basically took the same paint scheme I had and just replaced red with yellow, and it turned out looking really nice. And yeah, if you want it to be a Pittsburgh theme, awesome. If you don't like Pittsburgh, then you know, you can just say it's a nice, beautiful shade of yellow.
At the end of the day, I can say $2,200, here we go, and that's your track, right?
Right.
Yeah,
I like it.
I know my tricks of the trade here and there, but more importantly, to both Davids, Craig and Palmer, congratulations on raising over $2,200 for Operation Motorsport. You all are the largest contributors to the $17,000 that you see on your screen. So congratulations for your donation efforts and for your race efforts this evening. Thanks so much for taking the time to chat with us, and congratulations to you all once again.
Yep, thanks very much, and thanks to all our donors again.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Have a good evening.
David Palmer, Dave Craig, part of the ARPCA Daves, who have put together the biggest donation package. We now bring in 2 more gentlemen of significant importance. Jerry Wadner, the president of the Carolinas region of the PCA, and the PCA Sim Racing chair himself out of the Lone Star region of the PCA, Doug Atkinson. Jerry, Doug, good evening to you both.
Hello.
I know that there was so much that went into this event on all sides. Doug, I'll start with you. To be able to see this executed the way it has been, how meaningful, how touching is that to you after such a big night of racing on such a historic weekend?
No, it's just wonderful to see how this has come together and all the efforts that everyone has made to try to make it happen. On behalf of PCA Sim Racing, I just couldn't be more pleased with how our group came together and helped such a worthy cause.
$2,200 on your top car, $17,000 with the group all together. I think it says so much and could say so many different things about this group, but to you, to be able to pull together this amount of money, what do you feel like this says about the folks that make up PCA Sim Racing?
I think we've just got one of the best groups within PCA. We're growing so fast right now, and such good people involved. And with the cooperation and tremendous help of Chris and the group from Operation Motorsport, and with our co-host, the Carolinas region, Jerry's group, Jim Hess, and the rest of the group, we just couldn't ask for any better people to work with to try to accomplish this.
And Jerry, we know that you all were responsible for putting together a lot of the groundwork for this event. So how important, how significant, how meaningful is it for, I guess, everybody here in the Carolinas region? Be remiss not to mention that it's my home region of the PCA too, but for everyone here in North Carolina to be able to do this on a weekend like this, and how important is this for everybody? I imagine very much so. We'll see if we can get Jerry in just a few moments. So, Doug, anything else that we should be looking forward to on the PCA calendar?
Well, let's see. Coming up, we've got the remainder of our Season 6, or Series 6. Then we're going to try something new. We're going to have another fun series of events coming up in July and August. Going to try to use the new R car, and it'll be a summer fun series. Not quite as intense as the regular series are. And then we've got Series 7 coming up towards the end of the year. And in the middle of all that, we've got the zone groups. They're going to be holding their own events. So we've got a lot going on. And we certainly welcome anyone who hasn't tried PCA Sim Racing yet to please join us, and we'll get you going.
You know, there was plenty that went into it and plenty that made it all happen. Chris Walsh, will turn your attention your way now as part of the team from Opmo that got this done. To have Opmo involved in a big event like this, a Memorial Day weekend, which is arguably one of, if not the most significant weekends of the calendar year in America for our armed forces. How special is this for you?
Yeah, I mean, what Doug and the team at PCA and Opmo working with them did this weekend, you know, it was just really cool. You know, it is a very meaningful weekend and an opportunity for us all to reflect, and something that hits very close to home for the team at Opmo, and, you know, all of our veterans that are in PCA, myself, you know, still being active duty. Like, this is a pretty important weekend and a time to reflect. And, you know, you see other races that happen, like the Coca-Cola 600, and they spend a lot of focus on Memorial Day. So it's kind of cool to be having something on a virtual playing field that is kind of on that scale, and I think that's pretty special. And, you know, what they've done tonight, and what everyone who's watching, and, you know, PCA, all the teams, and everyone that went out and helped us fundraise to raise that amount of money, it was like blew our minds, and it far exceeded our expectations. So we couldn't be happier with it, and just very, very thankful. And, you know, it'll have a really big impact.
Slide over and see if we can get a word here with Jerry Widener, see if the technical gremlins have faded. Jerry, have a copy? We'll see if we can get Jerry working one more time. But Chris, then to you, as a representative of the Carolinas region, knowing that this region has put in so much work to make this happen, amongst PCA regions, how special is it to be the genesis of an event like this?
Yeah, I think, and I know Jerry will echo these comments if we can get his mic working, but, I think it's a pretty awesome opportunity for PCA Carolinas to do this, I'm a Carolinas member, and it just seemed, kind of fitting, working with Otmo, and then the hotbed that the Carolinas are for, our military community and some of the largest bases residing in those states. It just seemed to be a perfect fit. So they did a great job at PCA Carolinas, and did everything to promote this thing and really go out there and find fundraising, and so that it's been a great partnership, I think.
Been our pleasure, Chris.
Jerry, we'll see if we can get a word here. I think the mic's finally working. Yeah, we got a copy of you this time.
Right, I can hear you.
There we go. All right. So finally, after technical gremlins, we've got you on the line. And just to echo what Chris said, as president of the Carolinas region of the PCA, one that we know is very well connected to the military. Fort Bragg sits in its footprint. So this was always, I think, a pretty easy connection in that sense. But to see this executed the way it has been, as president of the host region of this event, how special is it for you?
Oh, it's extremely special. It's obviously a soft spot for me. Having spent a few decades on active duty as a Marine, so it's our pleasure as a region to be able to come forward and host this event and just do our part and to give back for all of those that have given so much in defense of our country. So it's certainly our pleasure. We're all blessed and to be able to do the things that we do, and the region comes together and provides that support as needed. So it's been a good ride.
And to see this come off the way it has, and the support for Otmo, $17,000. Did you imagine it being this big when you first had this idea?
I never think small. Well, you have to dream big, you have to plan big, you have to think big, and then execute big.
And how big is it to have had the support of folks like Chris in the Carolinas region of the PCA? Maybe not necessarily the largest of regions nationally, but one that's traditionally had a strong base of support throughout the Piedmont of North Carolina. Doesn't matter whether or not it's Charlotte, doesn't matter not it's the Triad, doesn't matter whether or not it's the Triangle. Plenty of folks that are Porsche lovers that have come in to help support not only the real life chapter events, but the virtual chapter events here too. And I imagine they had to play a very huge part in making this happen.
Oh, absolutely. But no, we're actually a very big region. But no, it's you're right. I mean, we just got some great folks throughout the states of North Carolina and South Carolina, and working with Chris has been real nice. He's a hard charger, go-getter. It's been a pleasure to work with him. Early on, we had Vice President of the Carolinas region, Jim Hess, put a lot of work into this early on. He did a lot of work with Chris and Diesel and the team early on, and with Doug as well. But working with Doug up at PCA National, it's really been a great experience for us as a region, and it just shows to the character and the giving that PCA members all around the country have.
I think you make a good point there. I'd be remiss not to include Greenville and upstate South Carolina too, that are also part of this and have played their role into all of this. And it doesn't matter whether or not that's your home base, or anywhere a little bit further north is your home base, or like my Charlotte's home base. You got folks that are willing to come out and support and do big things. Doug Atkinson, and I think, like Jerry said, this event ultimately a great testament to the power and the support of PCA folks who have always had a very strong charitable arm in real life. And pretty nice to see that it carries over to the virtual world as well.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Doug Atkinson, your final thoughts on this and how impressive it's gone all the way around.
Yeah, I'm just thrilled at how it went. I want to make sure that we thank Podium Esports for a tremendous job pulling us off tonight. You guys and gals have just done super with this, and we couldn't be more pleased at how it's worked out. So we're glad to have you as a partner, helping us try to grow and become bigger feature within PCA.
Well, to everybody on this panel, to Chris with the Carolinas region, Jerry, the president of the Carolinas region, and the PCA Sim Racing chair, Doug Atkinson, out of the Lone Star region. Thank you all so much for your time, for your service, for your efforts to help make this event happen, and congratulations on a very successful race and a very successful fundraiser.
Thank you, James.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is PCA Sim Racing Chair Doug Atkinson, Carolinas region member Chris Paulson, president of the Carolinas region, home region for yours truly as well, Jerry Woodner. So I'd be remiss even to say that if this wasn't a special night for me too to be up in the booth for an event like this and to see folks from around both the Tar Heel and Palmetto states come together to host an event that was enjoyed by PCA members around North America, not just the United States, Canada involved as well, and even our Beneficiary Operation Motorsport, primarily a Canadian-based charity. So cross-border love, I suppose, all over the place. But at the end of the day, Justin, Prince, to you first, a really, really fantastic race.
Yes, it was. And when I spoke with some of the drivers before today's race, they definitely emphasized the excitement to be part of this event. But it takes a lot of work to be able to come away with a checker flag here, and many of the drivers had to battle with strategy, but some of them had to battle with damage if they were involved in some incidents, and were able to overcome those, all for a great cause. And that's the main thing. Racing for a great charitable cause for this type of event, James, and many of the drivers did a great job at doing that for tonight.
Taylor Burris, we saw lots of great action on track, and I think it reinforced that this is not an easy place to be successful at, but if you can find a way to victory at Le Mans, be it an overall win, a class win, it's incredibly rewarding. Doesn't matter whether or not it's real or virtual.
No, it certainly does not. This is where everyone wants to come race, as we brought out at the beginning of the show tonight, and everyone wants to win. And like you said, whether it be overall, class, or even just being on the podium, or even just at least qualifying for this race, is a victory in itself, because it shows that you have what it takes, the conditioning, the determination, as well as the endurance to be able to survive this track and survive this race. And for a great cause, of course, for everyone to come out here. And we did really well, as Operation Motorsport, I'm pretty sure, will be pretty happy with over $17,000 in donations pledged to this great cause as we come to a close for tonight and continue with Memorial Day celebrations.
And on top of all of it, Rachel, I think there are two pieces that we can carry out of this event. The first is the $17,000 going to Opmo, but also, like you said earlier on in the broadcast, that these drivers will be able to carry the momentum into the rest of Series 6, which still has a few races left to play out.
It certainly does, and don't forget, you can join us out on Wednesday, where you can join me and the rest of the guys for phenomenal racing. Every Wednesday, challenge, sport, club, and pro classes do battle for 30 minutes each, and it is always hectic, crazy action, never a boring moment. See us then, of course, and yeah, you get to see these guys in their native environment.
And how intriguing it's going to be to make things happen, and how much fun, I think, to see all of the action. And Justin, Prince should be entertaining, no?
Absolutely. It's been absolutely entertaining, to say the very least, from the get-go. And as talked about, it was intense racing action throughout much of the field, and that's the key thing. The intensity of competition, all for a great cause. And we've seen how things played out for tonight. With that, a fun night overall, James. A fun night overall.
And likewise, a special thanks to the great voice of Radio Show Limited, Radio Le Mans, John Hindhall, who joined us on the broadcast earlier this evening, the voice of sports car racing around the world, who made his debut in a PCA Sim Racing broadcast for the very first time ever. And then also would be remiss not to say a big thank you to our producer, Ryan Bauer, our camera builder, Dougie Beard. I know Ryan was not only responsible for the shots that you saw this evening, but also all of the editing and the videos that you saw throughout the course of tonight's broadcast. So plenty of hard work done by that team to be involved with a show like this, and we certainly appreciate all of their efforts. Of course, if you want to tune into the next PCA Sim Racing event Wednesday night, we will head to Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, and you'll see that broadcast at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on the PCA Sim Racing YouTube channel. But for now, a tremendous list of people to thank for making tonight's event possible. Doug Atkinson, Jim Hemming, Aaron Ambrosino, the steering committee at PCA Sim Racing, Diesel Lohner, Chris Walsh, all of the drivers, the beneficiaries, and the staff at Operation Motorsport, Lynn Friedman and company, everybody who came on and chatted with us over the course of the evening, Jerry Windler and the folks of the PCA Carolinas region. For our team at Podium Esports, Gary Sexton, Cesar Scaramuza, John Theodore, our producer Ryan Bauer, camera builder Dougie Beard, my colleagues in the booth, Rachel Whiteford and Taylor Burris, and above all, a very, very special thank you one more time to the voice of sports car racing, the voice of Radio Le Mans, John Hyanthaw, who joined us on tonight's broadcast. I am James Pike, the voice of Podium Esports. Thank you all so much for watching our broadcast of the PCA Sim Racing Team Racing Series event from the Circuit de la Sarthe, this third event of the year for PCA Sim Racing, presented by Haggerty, benefiting Operation Motorsport. Over $17,000 donated to Opmo, and congratulations one more time to your winners at Lone Wolf Motorsports, We Was Robbed Racing, and Mach 2 Motorsports. We hope that you all enjoy a safe and a happy Memorial Day weekend in the United States, and remember to honor all of our folks serving in uniform. Haggerty is the world's largest provider of specialty insurance for enthusiast vehicles and supports keeping car culture alive through youth programs, the Historic Vehicle Association, the RPM Foundation, and more. Haggerty is home to key programs such as the Haggerty Drivers Club, Haggerty Drive Share, Haggerty Valuation Tools, the Haggerty Drivers Club magazine, and much, much more. For more information, visit their website at haggerty.com. PCA Sim Racing is proud to have Haggerty Motorsports as its 2021 title sponsor.